everyone. So this is part 3 of me learning to do a full stack app with the help of AI. So what I will be doing is that I will build a function or a little tiny mini app, which is however a full stack app. And I quickly show you what I want to build. It's very easy, and it's just a tiny little bit of a feature of a product called Canny, but it can be kind of any kind of project or a product that has these like feature requests where you can basically add a feature request. So for example, here in this example, the productivity widget in the dashboard, and then people have the option to upvote this specific feature up or down, or probably only up because down, yeah, I'm not sure if we really want to do down. So this is what I will be doing, and I don't have any programming experience, or let's say I have a tiny little bit of understanding of HTML and CSS, but that's basically it. And I decided that I want to find out how well I can use AI and specifically ChatGPT to be able to create products and learn how to do full stack app development, because I'm not really this kind of person that learns for hours and hours specific different pieces of the code and specific pieces of an app, but I just want to do it directly and want to see how it looks like and learn by doing and learn by going along the way. And so that's the reason why I do that. And I picked a feature, a very tiny feature, which I think would be nice because I want to do more of those projects. And when I do more of those projects, I want to share them with you. And so I do this little feature request feature, how you call it, or like project request feature, so that then in the future you can say, okay, I really want Friederike to build specific apps. So I want to have Friederike build specific features or build specific products or build specific things with AI or just try something out with AI. And you can put this basically all in that little roadmap of projects compared to roadmap of features. And then I can decide which one I do next. And so that's the main idea. And obviously it's the idea of me learning how it goes and how it works. And so what you will be seeing, this is all raw data. That's the reason why I share it with you on YouTube. So it's free for you to watch, but I will make mistakes. And especially when you're new, I mean, just go along. You can make those mistakes with me. And hopefully in the end, we end up with a full project, and not only a full project, but a full app that is available for you and everyone else to use. But it is a bit of a longer way, and it is me really learning and experimenting and seeing how it works and trying it all out. So there might be some, let's say, moving around. There might be things that are just really slow. It might be about me learning about something and then taking like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 circles before I go any further. So it is a lot of a learning journey, but I thought that I share the learning journey with you because what I realized often is that we want to know how other people are doing it, and we want to learn from them, and we want to learn from someone that is not as far away as we are when we're starting out. So I think often we lose and don't think about this learning journey and what it basically entails and how it looks like. So it's often that we just expect the perfect answer. And then, however, if someone shares the perfect answer, we realize that we are missing a lot of step by step in between because we are just not as experienced yet in specific elements of really this learning journey and how to do it. And for that reason, I just share this. If you find it helpful, please join in. I'm happy for that, and I would be happy if you give me a like. But if you say, oh, wow, that's way too long, then you just go out. So that's just, if it is helpful for you, great. If not, then not. With that, let's get started. And I quickly tell you what we have done in the part 1 and 2. And I personally also haven't worked on the app since last Friday, I think. So there are now 3 days with me not digging into the code. And as you can imagine, someone that is very new to it takes a bit of time to get back to it. But I think this is great because when we start the video, we can do it together and kind of try to retrace the steps that we have done and taken so far. So as I said, we will be building this little feature here from Canny. But now let's go back to our code. Okay, maybe just share you first the ChatGPT. So that's the ChatGPT where we have the full stack app AI project. So here's everything that I asked ChatGPT. You see that's a lot of information already. And this is something where we will quickly go on and start having a look at what we did now and what we will be doing next, because I'm really sure that I haven't tackled this last piece yet in the code and also haven't tackled it and really understood what it meant. And then we have on top, maybe the first thing that I did was going into into a Weblet, because I learned that Weblet is a tool that you can build this online. But then I realized when I want to do back-end stuff like connecting databases and that stuff, that it's not the best anymore to do. And so that's the reason why we switched to a different IDE, so different, what's called IDE again? I forgot. But it's like a developer environment. And so with Weblet, however, we see roughly how it works and roughly what the code is that ChatGPT gave me. So don't ask me how this code works and what exactly it entails. I have some idea, but not like total idea. And especially for the JavaScript, where we have like the interactivity with the code, it gets really blurry. But what does the code do? So that's what we see here on the right-hand side. So basically we can add cards, and whenever we add a card, it just be added down here. So it's card title, card content, and then we can update the card content, but only the content, not the title so far. So that's something we have to change. And I want to, like not update this here, but ideally directly in there. But let's go for that one. So I can say, okay, I want to create an AI image of myself. Or I want you to create, because I mean, we want to do this with the project. I want you to create an AI image of myself I want you to create that doesn't really matter, with AI, and show me how it is done. Then I click enter, and I can't click enter, so the enter is not doing anything. What is doing something is the moment I just write it, it is there. And you see that this obviously is not ideal, because everyone now can change that. And if I click refresh, I haven't done this so far, so I'm not 100% sure what happens now. But let's see what happens. So it's uploading the index, and it starts now from 0 again. So it's not saving the card titles and the card content that we had beforehand. And that obviously is, so we have the interactivity in here. We can also upvote and download. So basically add some additional cards and just say 1, 2, and 3. But what we see is I can upvote. So this works. I can downvote. This works as well, but I can also go to -1, -2, and so on. And then the same is true. So I can upvote this, but it's not like changing or something or moving up. So it's really just the upvote and the downvote. And then we have those votes here. So it kind of works, but it's not really great. And as I said, it's not saving anything. There is nothing that we can do with this content. We can't update the content. So once there is content, I mean, we can update, but then the next time we save or like refresh the whole page, everything just cracks. And that's the reason why I said, okay, I don't want to do it only with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, because I want to save what is happening. And I also want to have users inputting their data. And for that reason, what I decided is to say, okay, let's do it that way, that we build a full stack app. So we build not only the front end, which is the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, so basically the interactivity, design, and the structure of the website, but also let's build the back end, so have a database there and having something connecting with the database. And when I did this, I realized, okay, if I want to have this work, let's move to a more complex IDE or complex developer environment. And so I downloaded Visual Studio Code, which is for Microsoft. When you're using a Mac or apparently Linux or something, don't ask me what Linux is, then it might be a different one. But what this one, the Visual Studio Code, is doing is that now I created a project here, and I can create different files. And then these files can have different kind of meanings or parts of the app. So basically we have cards.db, it's a database. So apparently there's, it's not displayed in the text editor because it is either binary or users using unsupported text encoding. So we have to figure out what that is. Then we have an index.html. So that's the HTML code in here. And what it is as well as that you see on the left-hand side, there is no CSS and there's no JavaScript. And the reason, or like there is JavaScript like main.js, but there's nothing in there, and server.js, which apparently is the backend. So here we basically put everything from the front end in this one thing. So we don't have 3 different files for the front end, but what we have is we have this HTML thingy here, and then the style that you see here. So everything until style is basically the CSS code. So that's the design of the website, and we just have this within the HTML. I think we can also move this to an individual file, but for now, because then we have to add something here so they interact and they know that they have to interact with each other, like the HTML and the CSS. So that's the reason why we're currently not doing it yet, because it gets me to be too complicated. And then we have the body. So that's basically, content. And then we have the script here. So then basically we have all this thingy here until there. This is the JavaScript for the front end. And so it is different functions that allow the user to interact with the different cards. So you see, for example, function to fetch existing cards from the server, function to add a new card on the server, card added successfully, refresh this card list, function to refresh the card list, function to create a card element, event listener for adding a new card, don't ask me what that is, initial card retrieval. So these are different functions that we have there. And so far, that's all that we have. No, it's not all that we have, but that's all what we have in the front end. Then the main.js, ChatGPT asked me at one point to create it. I have no clue why, but I created it. There's nothing in there yet. Then we have a package lock.json. It seems more like this is something that everything that we have created so far or like done so far. I'm not sure, but this is like, ongoing thingy. And then the package.json is something like that. So that's just, I think, helping us to send information from one point to the other point, but I'm not 100% sure yet. We will find out. And then we have the server.js. So that's basically a code that is written in node.js, or like node.js is like a framework for it. So it makes it easier for us to connect like front end and back end, I think. And there we have included like an Express and SQLite 3, and SQLite 3 here is the data bank. And then port, I had a look at this, but I think we have to do it again. And then the constant DB is new. So basically that's the cards.db. So that's exactly this one here. So that's the data bank, the cards.db. And then db.run is basically us connecting to the database. And then app get db all. So that's also from the database. So wherever we see db, it basically means that this is a database thingy. So db1 here also says insert into cards. So the title and the content and the value. So that's probably, like that we insert the title and the content given the database into then our front end, but we have to figure out how this works because I don't really know. And I think we have to, really dig deeper and see, okay, does it make sense to do it only with a code, or do we also maybe need a specific piece of, really structuring our thoughts for that feature so it's not too blurry, because probably we need to add some additional features and really understand how we want it to work, and also what maybe some kind of design we want to have on the front end. So at the moment it's like all blurry, it's all like a big mixture, and I really don't know how to fix it and how to bring it now together. But that's what we're trying to do, right? That's now getting the more difficult part and the more difficult piece, but I'm still determined to make that work somehow, even though I have, as I said, no coding experience whatsoever. So it's really just me following ChatGPT and trying to put and stack that together and learning as I go. So that's what I will be doing now, and that's what we will be doing now in this next part, so part 3. And we just go along, and I will try to answer all my own questions that I have, and I will do it with you. And then hopefully you get some insights out of that. So let's go on. So for the full stack app, so now I asked ChatGPT the last time before we finished part 2. Okay, so I inputted the adapted JavaScript into the HTML code as you suggested and changed to the new and compared to the old one. I have some questions about it. First, this sends all the data to the server. What about the data bank? Or is that automatically connected? And secondly, you write in step 1 a note, you need to replace the placeholders for card title and content with actual user input or dynamically generated data is needed. What does this mean, and how do I do that to replace the placeholders for card titles and content with actual user input or dynamically generated data is needed? Is this what you do in the second step, or is that something else? Okay, I'm not 100% sure how I came up with these questions, but indeed these are questions and these are relevant because what I think I want to do now is trying to combine the backend and the front end and have it speak to each other in a clear language. So it says now, let's address database interaction. In the modified code, we have focused on the front end and back end interaction, but we haven't yet integrated direct database interactions into the front end JavaScript. The communication with the database is primarily handled on the server side, node.js. When a user adds a new card by clicking Add Card, the front end sends a request to the server and the server handles the database insertion. So let's not go further on that, because what I want to do now and in this session is that I want to do a very basic, let's say, structure on how I want the app to behave. And so I opened Figma FigJam, which is a whiteboard solution. You should not blame me because I normally use Miro. And I had worked at Miro and I really love Miro, but I want to, make this together with Figma as a Fig design. And so that's the reason why I just do it in here. But Miro is great as well. And I just want to try to use different tools basically. So I haven't tried it on FigJam myself. So I have been working with Miro, which I think is an amazing tool. I have been working with Concept Board, which is more like a German version of like a website collaboration tool. I haven't worked with FigJam yet. So that's the reason why I use FigJam. And for that reason, let's start creating that. So this is just the second one I have open. What does it say? It basically says when a user adds a new card, the front end sends a request to the server and the server handles the database insertion. So when a user adds a card, we definitely want a user to add a card, right? So we say not when the user, but say the user. So maybe I have really no clue how to do this, right? So we have to figure this out like a bit on the go. So we put just the text here and we say this is the front end app. So we know that this is what is happening on the front end. And then unfortunately with FigJam, that's kind of a bit annoying, to be honest. Zoom out, okay, control minus, but this is like getting so small and then you can't really move this around. So that's a bit annoying. And I don't want to do 50%. Why can't I have like, I don't know, 80% maybe? Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's do that one. So the user creates a card, right? And the card is basically creates a project. So we could say a project, feature, or else. So that's a card. So when the user creates that, then we have we do this again here. And then we have, put this a bit out further. So the user creates a card, and then, let's see, when a user adds a new card, clicking Add Card, the front end sends a request to the server. Okay. So, sends a request to the server. What does it do? To the server, and the server handles the database insertion. Sends a request to the server. Great, okay. And the server, not sure if I like that, but okay. Server, what did we say? I'm sorry, guys. And the server handles the database insertion. Set handles the database insertion. So basically, front end, we put this user action. And then we say, okay, whatever. And then we say front end coding. That's probably one thing, but yeah, we just do it that way. So we just, especially for beginners, I think it would be nice. And then we have backend server.js server code. And this basically, and then we do like one more. I'm not sure if we need that, but I want to have one more. And then we say backend server code. And we say here the database base in backend. Not completely correct. Backend. So now we can say, okay, this is basically the card is added to the database based on the server.js. Okay, so just that we have this, like a bit more cleared out. So when the page loads or when you retrieve cards, I don't know what do we mean with retrieve cards. The server fetches the data from the database and sends it to the front end. Okay, so basically, what is it? When we do reload, so when the user puts reload, now we have a problem because now it goes in the opposite direction, but the user reloads the page or creates new pages. Then the front end coding, I don't know what the front end coding does. But what happens is not that the front end coding is doing something, but the back end doesn't do anything. So see, now we get the problem. The server fetches the data. Okay, so the server, so we need to go back here. So server fetches the data of the loaded cards. Okay, probably it's different, right? Because we reloaded. Because when the page loads or when you retrieve cards, the server fetches the data from the database and sends it to the front end. So basically it's more server fetches the data from of the reloaded cards. So basically it does that, and then this goes back. So here, data lying in here is fetched by the server code. And then it basically goes back to the user. And then probably we have front end here in between as well, but let's do it that way. When the page loads, okay, the database interaction code is in your Node.js server. It's responsible for inserting new cards into the database and retrieving cards from the database. Okay, so basically we make it very simple. Just do it out of here. So the backend server code, the only thing the backend, where is it now? Okay, here. So the backend server code, now we use one of those. And we say responsible for, and basically it is responsible for retrieving, inserting new cards and retrieving cards. So it is responsible for inserting new cards into the database and retrieving cards from the database. Okay, that makes sense, right? The database cards.db is connected to your server, so when you use SQL commands in your server code, it operates on the connected database. Okay, so basically we have this database here. So that's the backend. Database and backend, so that's basically the cards.db file or database, how are we going to call it? It is, how do you say this? It is connected to the server.js file and can be triggered, is probably the wrong word, but I don't know how, can be talked to via SQL commands in the server.js file. And this basically works now that we have db1 or db all. Okay, we just put this here. And we need to figure out what these different things mean, but we do this later. I mean, I have some kind of an idea, but it's really not clear, right? Okay, replacing placeholders with user input. In the front-end code, you'll see placeholders for card title and content like this. Title, text, content, card title. So let's probably check in the front end. So we go into the index and we say, where do we have it? Here, but that's a JSON. Let's see if we have anything else here in here. So body card voting, we can actually change this. It's like project voting. Div class container, okay. Button ID is add card. Okay, cards container, that's nothing yet. Function to fetch existing card, fetch response data, nothing. Function to add a new card on the server. Add card, response await fetch, okay, whatever. Body JSON stringify, title, new card title, content, new card content. Do we have this somewhere else? No, I don't think so. So this is the only piece where we have this. So let's put this one in here, because then we have a next function, right? So let's put this for ChatGPT and say, thanks for the card title and content. I want, as suggested, to have user input for that compared to constants, or like compared to fixed names and content. So I see a function in the front end code. I think it is a JavaScript function that let the card title and content be fixed. Here it is. How, and then how, is it right? Okay, now this is not what we wanted. So let's first how can I adapt that one now to generate the card title and content with user input? Okay, while this is loading, we quickly read the rest just to make sure, that. So replacing placeholder with user input in the front end code, you will see placeholder for card title and content like this. So title, text, content, okay. It's basically not exactly the same, I think, right? Title, yeah. So we basically kind of, it seems, already have pieces of this in there. So these lines are placeholders, meaning they display default values for newly created cards. To replace these placeholders with actual user input or dynamically generated data, you'll need to modify the JavaScript code. For example, when a user clicks the Add Card button, you can open a prompt or a form to collect the user's input for the card title and content. You would then use the user's input to set the text content of the title and content elements instead of the hard-coded values. Here's a simplified example. Okay, so prompt users for card title and content, create a card with user input, and replace placeholders with user input. I think we have to actually ask a different question now to ChatGPT, because what I want is, and I think this is probably a better idea, is that we have, okay, a user can click on create a card, and then we get the form. So they basically create the card, and then they have the option to put in the different fields. So, but let's quickly read on. In a real-world application, you might use HTML forms and input elements to collect user input, handle form submissions, and send data to the server for storage. Okay, that's basically exactly what we want. So we should really focus on this. The note about replacing placeholder is about customizing the card content based on user input or dynamically generated data to make your application interactive and user-friendly. Remember, this is just a basic example, and you can further enhance your application by implementing a more user-friendly input mechanism, handling user authentication, and adding validation for user input to ensure data integrity. See, so now we get into the complicated piece. Okay, let's quickly see what it says. See if this finds something, but I think if it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we just, no, we don't want to do this. So let's quickly like refresh the whole thing. Okay, that's so sad. So let's see if we can, here we go. Okay. So you wrote in your previous messages the following about, can you please remember the content that you have given me in this chat window over the last conversations we had. So let's see if it does do that. Otherwise, we have to kind of start over, which is not something I necessarily want to do. Okay, see, that's the problem. Okay, then we have to start over. That's going to be interesting. So we can't really relate to it, but obviously we can always refresh our knowledge, and then we could, however, try to use ChatGPT 4, but let's do this with 3.5. Well, we can also ask it. So I want to create an app that allows for the following things and want to do it as a full stack app. First, in the front end, the user can create a card by clicking on a button that says create a new card. Then when the user clicks on the card button, a new card appears that includes a card title, that a new form appears where the user can input a card title and card explanation and click enter when done inputting the data. Once the card is live with the data the user inputted, okay, maybe we have to do this different. That says create a new card. So I want to create an app that allows for the following things, and I want to do it as a full stack app. So one, in the front end, we do page 1. The user in the front end, page 1 left side. Now in the front end, the user can create a card by clicking on a button that says create a new card. There, okay, in the front end, we do it differently. In the front end, there is a list of cards that show project or feature. We do feature requests because this is probably more easily for it to understand, because there's more like use cases that are already existing on the market and more tools that are already existing on the market with this kind of wording. So we say in the front end, there's a list of cards that show feature requests by users, and these cards include a card topic title and a card description, as well as a button that says a button where you can upvote the feature, this specific card. You can upvote the card. The cards are placed in a list of cards, and the cards with the highest voting are on the top of the list. Users shall be able to vote only once, and users shall be able to add as many cards to the list as they please to. When adding the cards, when adding the cards, what do we want to do? So we want then when they add the cards, they shall have input fields for adding the card title and the card content, and their name and their name. Once they inputted the data, the card shall become part of the list to be able to be upvoted or not. And then I also want the cards and the cards with the inputted information to be stored in a database, and the server.js, node.js code is connected to the database to retrieve the cards and store the card data in the database. In one of your previous answers to my questions, you already provided me with some code for the front end and back end. I want you to check the code, see if it is good or you prefer another better code for me given my ask, and then provide me with the relevant code and information how step by step I can stack together my full stack app, so in the end it works as a real-world application that users can interact with. I am currently programming in Visual Studio Code, and I am a Microsoft user. Or not Microsoft, Windows, right? A Windows user. Okay. So now code front end. Now it's going to be interesting. So now we put here, that's front end, right? Yes. So that's code front end. And then we put code back end. Let's see, maybe it's even too long. Let's see what happens. Or if we might have to put this in GPT-4. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, now let's let it do its work. Okay, your existing front-end and back-end code provides a good starting point for your project. However, to meet your requirements, some modifications and additional functionality are needed. Below, I'll outline the steps you can take to achieve your desired full-stack app. Step 1. Front-end modifications. You'll need to modify the front-end code to allow users to input card titles and contents. Okay, that's basically where we were. So that's a good starting point that this does it for us as well. So it says replace hard-coded values, remove the hard-coded values for card titles and content in the add card function. Okay, let's go for the add card function. db1. Okay. Where do we have add card? Oh, probably that's the... Excuse me, I'm a bit tired. Okay, add a new card, add card function. Okay, here we go. See, that's the add card function. Okay. Instead, prompt the user for input using prompt or create a form to gather this information. Create input fields, add HTML input field for card titles and content with a card creation section, for example. Within the card creation section, okay. Okay, we will ask it what I mean. Modify within the card creation section. Do we have a card creation section for the HTML? Title card voting. Body project voting. Add a new card button. I think we have to put this in here. Because here we have the add a new card button. Button ID add card. Div ID cards container. So probably we have to put it somewhere over here. Modify add card function. Modify the add. Look, and then input type is text. The idea is card title. So and ID is card content. So basically this is the card title and the card content. Modify add card function. Modify the add card function to fetch values from the input fields and send them to the server. Step 2, server-side modifications. Okay, that's what we do next. Function to add a new card on the server. Okay, before we go further, we say, okay, thanks. For step 1, can you give me some more context? So you said in the HTML code, I should replace the code with or I should add code if I look at my HTML code, it currently says, so the HTML code basically is only, so that's only says this and then so basically we have to close this. So let's see if this works. So where exactly shall I input the HTML code for creating those input fields for the card titles and content within the card creation section. I think I know, but I'm not 100% sure, so we just want to make it correct here. Okay, see, so that works well. Okay, you can add the HTML input fields for card title and content within the div ID cards container div. Okay, so this is div. So basically, I know a tiny bit of HTML code. So basically, this is the body. Body means is everything that we see in like a website. So H1 is basically a heading 1, so that's the biggest header you can have, and this says project voting. So if we go to this index weblet here, so basically this is the card voting. So this is where we see H1. And then what we see, let's go further down again to our ChatGPT when we are here. And then the div class is basically, it says container, so that's just, I don't know how div, but like it's a specific thingy and you can put thing in there. So you have a button, for example, button ID, and ID is that we need the ID so that the JavaScript, so the interactivity of the website can basically interact with it. So we say button ID add card, so that's a button that is add card, and then we have basically, because we know ID add card, we can add the functionality here, so add card, where do we have here? So we have a function add card, you see this here. Now it says async function, but it's a function, it says add card. And this function add card basically then tells us that the moment we click on this button, basically something happens. At least how I understood this. So let's go back in here. So, and then we have a div, so kind of a div within a div, and it says cards container. And now for the cards container, it puts the input. So let's see how we have this here. If we go to the body, ID, div ID cards container. So this is here the cards container. And now within the cards container, we put these two input thingies here. Okay, so let's put these two input thingies below the div ID container. I think what we have to be careful about is that, yeah, we have to be careful about that. So what I learned, we have to delete this. So we see that this is open and close. And now we have to put this in here. So it basically has to be indentated. So meaning not starting directly below the div, but it's like a bit further to the right. So I think now we are fine. So let's quickly file save this whole thing and see what it says. See, it's the same. So the div is here, and then the input is a bit further to the right. And okay, that's perfect. By placing the input fields within the cards container div, you'll have the input fields available for users to enter card title and content when they click the add card button. This modification will allow users to input the necessary information for new cards. Okay, perfect. So now let's go back because we still have to put in this whole JavaScript thingy. So now modify the add card function. Modify the add card function to fetch values from the input fields and send them to the server when creating a new card. Here's a simplified example. Okay, I'm not sure if simplified is what we want to have, but let's go. Let's first quickly check what we currently have so far and then how we can adapt this. So function to add a new card on the server. So here we are. Okay, so we go to the script. We have a new card to the server. So here we have add new card, constant response. See, this constant response is await fetch. So this is a bit below here. Method post constant response await fetch API card. So this is identical to what we have before. And then method post headers content type application JSON. Okay, body JSON stringify title and content. New card title, new card content. See, so this is now changed because now we have the title is the card title and the content is the card content, and it's not what we have here, which is just new card title, new card content, but it is actually now these things that we get the element by ID card title. So basically now we get what the user inputs there. And then we have if response status is 201, whatever. refresh cards. Okay, so what we need to change here is basically the title. So async function. So we basically have to update this whole thingy. So let's update the whole thingy. So we copy the code and then we put this all out and we put it all back in. Now that's not what I wanted. Okay, we have to go back here. Okay, so the async function, okay, whatever we did now. I don't know what this is supposed to be. So we all have to move this basically 1, 2 in that direction. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I think now it should be fine. File, save. Yeah, this looks good. See, now it goes into exactly the same direction. Okay. Okay, now we have this. So we have the constant card title and the constant card content. Constant response. Okay, method, whatever. I don't know. JSON stringify. The only thing that is a bit weird, I thought this was like a different color, but maybe it's not a different color. This JSON stringify. So the body, basically it says, okay, you click on it and the body is this one, and then the body is the title and the content. And then, okay. We probably can delete that piece, but we just leave it as it is. Okay, let's go back. Okay, step 2, server-side modifications. You'll also need to modify the server-side code to handle card voting and store user-added cards in the database. Here are the steps. Okay. Database schema update. Modify your database schema to include a field or tracking votes. You've already done this by adding the votes column in your code. Implement card voting. Add a new route and logic to handle card voting, upvote or downvote. You can add buttons in your front end to allow users to vote. Modify the server code to update the vote count and the database accordingly. Store user-added cards. Your existing server code is already set up to store user-added cards in the database when they are created using the post request. Okay, it seems like this is already done, but these things are only partially done, so we have to do this. But let's quickly see through the rest so we just get a bit of understanding. Step 3, front-end integration with voting user-added cards. To integrate the front-end with voting and user-added cards, you'll need to enhance the JavaScript code. When users click the Add Card button, it should collect input from the input field, send it to the server, and then display the newly added cards with the user input. Similarly for voting, you'll need to create buttons for upvoting and downvoting on each card and implement logic in your JavaScript code to update the vote count and send that information to the server when a user votes. Okay. Styling and layout. You can further enhance the styling and layout of your cards and voting buttons to make the user interface more appealing and user-friendly. This involves CSS styling and layout adjustment. Okay, we do this latest because. Step 5, testing and debugging. To thoroughly test your application by running both the front end and back end. Check if cards can be added, voted on, and displayed correctly. Debug any issues that arise during testing. Step 6, deployment. Once your application works as expected in your local development environment, you can consider deploying it into a web server or a cloud platform to make it accessible to users over the internet. This step-by-step approach should help you build your full-stack application that allows users to create feature cards, vote on them, and store them in a database. Remember to keep refining and improving your code as needed, and consider implementing user authentication and additional features based on your project's requirements. Okay, this obviously is a lot to do. And I think the biggest problem is basically that I have no clue if this code is actually working or not. Because this is all in a bubble, right? So I think let's try and first check if we can already test this whole thing. So we can go and like the weblet, with the weblet, we directly see here at least the front end, if it's working or not. But with this Visual Studio Code at the moment, we don't see that. So I want to kind of make sure that I can do some testing. So let's first say that we would love to do some testing and debugging, and then we can add the other functionalities because we should have some functionalities already, I think. Or maybe test the server-side funnel. Let's ask for the, okay, thanks. For the steps above number 5, testing and debugging, as well as deployment, I would love to test the code I have written so far in the front end and see how it works. How can I use a test? How can I create a sandbox to test the application and test the application and functionality, as well as database content in a way that is visually able to show me what is happening and if it is working properly. So I kind of thought I can just, yeah, I have no clue. I just thought about it. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, to test and debug your application, you can set up a local development environment on your computer. Here's a step-by-step guide on how to do this. Set up a local server. Make sure you have Node.js installed on your computer. If not, download and install it from the official website. Okay, we have. Open a terminal or command prompt, navigate to your project folder. Okay, we did this. Run the following command in the terminal to install the necessary dependencies to your Node.js server. We did this as well. Run the server by executing the following command in the terminal. This will start your Node.js server and it will listen for incoming requests on the specified port. Open your application in a web browser. Open your web browser and go to https localhost 4000. This will load your front-end HTML and JavaScript. Test your application. You can now interact with the application, create cards, upvote and downvote. Any interactions you make with the front-end will communicate with the back-end server running locally on your computer. To view debugging information or errors, check the terminal or command prompt where your Node.js server is running. It will display server logs, errors, and any other relevant information. By following these steps, you can create a local development environment to test and debug your full-stack application. This allows you to see how your application functions and identify and fix any issues that may arise. Once you're satisfied with the local testing, you can consider deploying your application to a production server for public access. Okay, interesting. See, we learned something new. I think I haven't run it yet. I have run it yet in that sense, but I'm not sure if it's still, cannot get. That's a really, really helpful thing. So it might be, let's first put here the terminal. See, it says server is running on port.js. But maybe okay. I did open a web browser and typed in HTTP localhost and the answer, and I saw the following on the website. Okay, the cannot get error type typically occurs when this web server receives a request for a root, in this case the root, root, but it doesn't have a defined root handler for that path. In your case, it seems like you don't have a specific root defined for the root path. To resolve this issue, you should define a root handler in your Express.js server for the root path. You can add a root handler like this in your server.js file. This code defines the root for the root path and sends a simple welcome message. Sorry, by the way, I'm really bad with the R here to say it. So if this doesn't really make sense, then hopefully you can still follow me and just read along. And sends a simple welcome message as a response. You can customize the message or even render your HTML content if you prefer. After making this change and restarting your Node.js server, you should be able to access. Okay. But I think I have this already. Okay, but I would love to see the content of my app. So the HTML for the app when I get it started. Does this still work with the res send message? And secondly, where am I supposed to add the code to the Node.js? In the beginning or end or where exactly? Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay, if you want to see the HTML content of your app when you access, you can indeed render your HTML content using res-send, or even better, you can use res-send file to serve an HTML file. Here's how you can do it. Create an HTML file that contains the content of your app. Place the index.html file in directory within your project. For example, create a folder named public and put the HTML file there. Your project structure might look like this. Okay. Modify your server.js file to use res-send file to serve the HTML file. Okay, I think we don't need this. We can just put the index.html here. In this code, we are serving the index.html file located in the public folder when the root path is accessed. Now, when you access, your browser should display the content of your app as defined in the index. By following the steps, you can see the HTML content of your app when you start the server, and you can interact with it as you would with a regular web page. Okay. So we put this here, and then we need to delete the public one. So in the server.js, so now there are all these constant thingies. We do this here. And then we need to put this away. So that way. File, save. Let's try it again. Let's do again this one. Interesting. Maybe we indeed have to run this port thingy again. Let's go and do where do we have it? Node server.js. Copy code. Maybe we just quickly close this. Okay, server is running on Node And we have this in here. Import 4000. So now do it again. Ha! That looks good. Look, that's not that bad. Project voting, add card. So now let's do add card. That's great, nothing happens. Okay, but at least we got this working. So now we have the, like it's going into here. So let's now, so we need to, but I thought that, okay, we don't have that yet apparently. Okay, great. We made this work and now can test the app front end. However, I now see the app title and I see the so I now see the app title and I see the button to add a card, nothing more. When I click on add a card button, nothing happens. Can you help me, given the previous code you provided me with, why it does not work even though I have a JavaScript function that says, now let's have a look at the JavaScript, not the server but the index. Is it that I need to also create some CSS and HTML to make that card input form visible and not only the input fields in the HTML code like here? And now we put these here. Oh, I think I mixed it up a bit, but let's see. Okay. Based on the code you provided, it seems like you have the JavaScript function add card correctly set up to send a post request to your server where the add card button is clicked. The issue might be related to the HTML structure of your page, or it could be a JavaScript error. That's great. We're not even really getting anywhere, but now we already have an error. But let's see, maybe it's more this one. Ensure that your HTML file index includes the input fields and the add card button. You should have the following HTML elements. Button ID, okay. Make sure your JavaScript code is placed after these HTML elements, either at the end of the HTML file just before the closing body tag or inside a document-ready event and handler to ensure that the elements exist when your JavaScript code runs. For example, you can wrap your JavaScript code in a DOM content loader event listener like this. Okay, this ensures that your JavaScript code doesn't execute until the DOM is fully loaded. Check your browser's developer console for any JavaScript errors. If there's a JavaScript error in your code, it can prevent the button click event from working as expected. Look for any error messages in the console and resolve them. If you have confirmed that your HTML structure is correct, your JavaScript code is in the right place, and there are no errors in the console, you should be able to click the Add Card button to trigger the Add Card function, which will send a post request to your server and refresh the card list. If it's still not working, please provide more details about your code, and I'll be happy to help you troubleshoot further. Okay, great. input type, then let's check. So in the index HTML, we have function to add a new card. So the function definitely is below this one here. We have a button. Let's see, button ID equals add card. And input type, okay, put it that way. Currently the HTML code is structured in that way, and the JavaScript code follows then below. That the right structure, or shall the input type, the text input types be above the button add card button? Okay, let's first check this one. Okay. Should work. Placing the input fields above the add card button is a reasonable approach and can help users see the input fields clearly. Here's a breakdown of your current structure. Within the structure, the input fields are inside the cards container div and they are placed below the add card button. When a user clicks the add card button, the JavaScript code should be able to access the values of these input fields and send them to the server to create a new card. It is important to ensure that your JavaScript code handles these input fields correctly by selecting them using their IDs and retrieving their values when the add card button is clicked. From the code, okay, but retrieving the values, I mean, how can it retrieve values when we don't have the values inputted in? If the function is still not working, as we have to double check, okay, we have to ask that. Okay, one question here though. I want the user to click on the add card button, then there should be two fields open up, ideally in a separate container, where the user open up, where the user can input then the card title and description or content. And then there should be an additional button where they click add submit card to submit their input and the card itself. When I click add card at the moment, when the user clicks add card, there cannot be any input yet because we do not see the input field so far, and thus it can also not retrieve any input from the database. So I wanted the following way. 1, add card button. Second, when I click on the add card button, a field div container opens up, and including two form fields to add the for the user to add the card title and content, and within the div there should be there should be an additional button that says submit card, and then when the user inputted the form fields, which is mandatory, then the user can click the submit button, and then the information of the card with the card ID number, the title, content, and title, the card title and content is sent to the database, and when at the same time is displayed on the front end. Then I also want this card to have, once the card is, what do you want to have? Once the card is submitted by the user through the submit card button, I want the card to also have a vote button that the user can then click to upvote any cards that have been created by any user that are within the database and displayed in the front end. Let's see, that gets a bit more complicated. Okay, now it gets a bit more complicated, but let's go. To achieve the desired functionality, we're clicking the Add Card button opens a div container with input fields for card title and content, and the Submit Card button. You can make the following modifications to the HTML and JavaScript code. Okay, that makes sense. We have a container, then we have a button ID Add Card button. Then we have another div, display none. Okay. Card input container, text, submit card button, cards container. In this modified structure, the card input container initially has a style attribute set to display none, which hides it. When the user clicks the add card button, you can use JavaScript to show this container. Modify the JavaScript code. Event listener for adding a new card. Constant add card button equals document get element by ID add card button. Okay, so here apparently we get this. Then add card button, add event listener, click. So that's apparently okay. When click, constant card input, document get element by ID card input container. So we open this one. Display block, okay, whatever. Event listener for submitting a new card. Constant submit card button. Document get element by ID submit card button. Okay, when we click it, then this opens. Send the card data to the server and handle the response. Constant response, await fetch, method post, headers, okay. Body, title, and content. If response okay, reset the input fields and hide the card input container. Okay, so we do this all, we open this all up and then we close it again. With these changes, when the user clicks the add card button, the card input container will become visible and the user can enter card title and content. After clicking the submit card button, the card data is sent to the server, and if the submission is successful, the input fields are cleared and the container is hidden again. You can further enhance this functionality to display the submitted card in the card container and allow users to upvote it, as you mentioned in your requirement. Okay, but we first do only this, and then we do the other piece afterwards, because I think now it gets otherwise a bit complex. Okay, so copy the code. We copy the code here, div again here. Okay, let's see. So we go into index.html, and now here, we do it differently now. So we put this in here, and now we delete that one piece here. So now we have this in here, and now we need the function to add a new card on the server. So it's basically async function add card. We have these event listeners, right? But okay, we put this all in here because I'm not sure what we should have. Thanks for the JavaScript code. I already have the following code in my as JavaScript code for the functionality I am looking for. Is it better to replace the whole code with the one that you provided me with above, or is that only part of the code that you want me to replace with the code that you provided me with above? Not sure if that gets it. Actually, it's a bit weird what I said, but let's see. Okay, so I should only replace the add card function. Oh, this is short, right? Okay, that's interesting because we have now no, but it doesn't have this in here. So let's replace this whole thing and let's see what happens. Otherwise, we have to maybe just I really don't know why we have to always do this. Okay, let's see. We just delete that again. Okay. Okay, it somehow doesn't do this. But I think it doesn't really work because but let's save this, even though I think see nothing happens. I think now we need to change this differently. Let's go different here. We put this now in here. We put this in there. Let's see if we have to add these two in there as well. Let's just add these two in here. For whatever reason, it's not doing that. Okay, constant add card button and then constant add card button. And then these brackets are where the constant is. We need to ask this. Thanks, but I got confused as nothing happened after putting this in, and the add card button is still not working properly. What about and my question is, what is an event listener? What does this do? Okay, an event listener is a JavaScript function that waits for a specific event to occur on a web page and then performs a predefined action, executes a callback function in response to that event. In simpler terms, it listens for events like clicks, mouse movements, keyboard inputs, and more, and when the specified event happens, it triggers the associated code. Here's a breakdown of how an event listener works. An event is something that happens on a web page, such as the user clicking on a button, moving the mouse, pressing a key, or submitting a form. Listener. The listener is a JavaScript function that you attach to a specific HTML element or document. It listens for the occurrence of a particular event on that element. The callback function is the code that you want to run when the specified event occurs. It's executed as soon as the event takes place. Binding. To make the event listener work, you need to bind or attach it to the HTML element that you want to monitor for events. This is typically done using JavaScript. Here's a simple example. Get a reference to an HTML button element with the ID myButton. Constant myButton equals document get element by ID myButton. Okay, so here we listen to this thingy, and then we define an event listener for the click event. So myButton at event listener. Okay, so here, okay, we first need the reference. So we know, okay, we talk about this button with the ID my button. And then for this my button, add event listener, click function. This code will run when the button is clicked. So alert button clicked. In this example, the event listener method is used to bind a click event listener to the my button element. When the button is clicked, the callback function, the function inside event listener, is executed, showing an alert message. In the context of your code, the event listener is used to trigger the add card function when the add card button is clicked. It's a way to make your web application interactive and respond to user actions. If the event listener is not working as expected, it could be due to issues with your HTML structure, JavaScript code, or other factors. Debugging and checking for errors in your browser's developer console can help identify and fix any issues. Okay, so what we do now, I feel that it would be more helpful, but we will check this now if there's any addition to the code. But I think it would be more helpful actually if we go step by step. So if we say, okay, we have this app, and what we want to have in that app is basically simple, okay, add card. And then we do two different parts of the application. So we do one part, which is add the card. And then maybe there is like a web framework or some web framework we can use to add the content and add the design. So then we don't have to do this all manually, but that we have something where we can say, okay, we want to have this upvote function. Maybe there's already like a code or something or code snippet that we can use from the web to directly integrate into our application. To just better understand how it works and how we can put it together. Because I feel sometimes now, but maybe I'm wrong, that we are adding so much code here that we're not necessarily knowing anymore what's going on. And I think maybe step by step it might be easier, because then we can say, okay, we have it all laid out, like all the different features and all the different functions that we need to make it work. So having said that, let's go back here. Now we put this all in here. It's a huge mess. Maybe it's not a huge mess, but it seems something is double. So we have this event listener for adding a new card. So we have the add card button. It says document get element by ID add card button. So when this is clicked, so basically that's okay. When this is clicked, then the constant card input container equals display block. So basically the style card input container style display equals block. So basically we change this whole thing, card input container, which is this thingy here. So this then becomes visible. So basically what should happen is that the moment we click on that button, this should become visible. And I think let's quickly constant add card button if we have this double. Interesting. Seems we're missing. Okay, see, now we have the issue, which is something I really didn't want to have. Okay, in the script, we have one closed, one closed. This seems all to work. Now we have here 2, 1, 2. Oh, see, here we have the problem. Add event listener. Bracket this one. Missing in the code. Can you help me debug? If that's not working, we have to put the whole JavaScript code. Okay, constant submit card button. That's so annoying. We have to figure out how this changes. Okay, we need to. Okay, we need to debug this. Can you please debug it? Okay. Okay, so let's copy this one. Put this in there. Delete this whole thingy. And put it in again. No, this is not correct. That clearly isn't correct. Let's take this out again. So let's see the code. See, it didn't have the script here. So we need to put in. Okay, but now the problem is, again, that's tedious. We have to ask that. Okay, file, save. We quickly ask this. Thanks. When I input that code into Visual Studio, what's it actually called? I don't even know what it's called. Visual Studio Code, okay. Into Visual Studio Code, it inputs at the very left side of the code, but does not take into account indentation. How can I copy paste input the code in a way that it takes into account indentation as the full code being copy pasted in at once. So, but we need to now file, save. I'm not sure if we can just see, add card title. Now we say, I want you to create an AI agent. Card content, AI agent with the functionality to, what do we say? To create deep fake AI images on a regular constant. To create deepfake AI images every day with improving functionality. No, improving. I'm not even sure if this is an AI agent, so this is maybe a bit weird. Agent with the functionality to automatically post content for me each day. Something like this. Submit card. Okay, great. Now we have a card submitted. But the problem is we don't see the cards. So now we need to change that. So maybe we want to, maybe we should check how Canny is doing this. But maybe now we should, now we added the card, but now we also want to see the cards. So basically add cards. So the moment I click submit card, I want, okay, now. Okay, when you copy and paste code into Visual Studio Code, it should generally maintain the indentation of the code as long as the original code you're copying from also had proper indentation. However, if the copied code doesn't retain its indentation, you can manually fix it by selecting the pasted code and using the re-indent lines feature. Here's how you can do it. Select the code that you pasted, right-click on the selected code, and from the context menu, choose Format Document or Format Selection, depending on your preference. Alternatively, you use, okay, this action should adjust the indentation to match the surrounding code and make it more readable. Okay, not sure if this solves the problem, but we can try it out next. So let's probably use pen and paper, write that down. Or maybe not. Do we use pen and paper? Yeah, we do use pen and paper now because that's not really related to anything in the code itself. So shift.alt.f. So now, okay, great. So now with the code, I can click on the Add Card button. A form with 2 input fields open up, and then when I click on Submit button, the card disappears. Oh no, not the card, the input fields disappear, and I can now click on the Add Card button again and do it again. Now what I want to do as well is that once I click the Submit Card button, the card shall be visible in the window. And stay there shall be visible in the window with the following content: card title, card content, upvote button. The card title and content can be fixed. Card content can be fixed for now. Later, I want to add the functionality that the user that created the card can adapt it. But for now, I only want the edit functionality that when a user clicks on the upvote button, the card has a vote, clicks on the upvote button, then is a vote count that reflects how often a user clicked, how often someone clicked on, how often the, how do you say this? We want to have the, how often, how often the, we want to say not like, you know, I don't want to have one user being able to do this all the time, but I want to have unique users clicked on the how often unique users clicked on the vote button. And there should not be an option to downvote, but only upvote. And I want the vote to start with 0 count, with a count of 0. Can you provide me with the relevant code to do that, please? Okay, so I think now we got, however, a tiny bit of an understanding, because, I mean, I'm not sure what we all did because function to refresh the card list. So there are several functions that we have not really tapped into. So the function to refresh the card list is not something that, yeah, we did so far. So probably we could, but we first need to see, you know, like how we can actually create those card lists. So that's maybe we even, you know, like when we get now the result from ChatGPT, we might take a different approach and ask something again, because what we do now or what we have available now is that, oh, see, that doesn't work. That's great. So it actually is working that you have to create this. I'm not sure where we find this in the code. So let's quickly see. Event listener for submitting a new card title. Call the add card function here. Await add card function to fetch existing cards from the server. So the fetch cards and the add a new card on the server. So it seems, yeah, there are some things. Maybe, look, the cards container is empty. So maybe the problem here is that so the cards container is this one, but in the cards container, there's nothing in there. So we could just out of fun, let's just out of fun try something and see if we get there. But I'm not sure because we kind of have the cards container already. So yeah, let's see. So certainly to achieve the functionality you described, you'll need to make several modifications to your existing code. Below are the steps and code changes you should make. Modify your HTML structure to include the card display area. So add card button, card input. So basically we all have it. We have this as well. So function to create a card element. Function create card element. Constant card element equals document create element. Card element class list add card. Okay, so now it creates basically the card. It creates this H2, so the card title. It creates a card content. It creates upvote button. It gives the upvote button an upvote kind of text content. And it creates an upvote button and event listener click handle vote. So this is then a different function. Okay, now I get it. So I think I slowly get how it's all constructed all together. So basically that we have so that, how do you say this? So we have the HTML structure, we have the CSS that is adding to the HTML structure. So it gives us all the design. And then we have the JavaScript, which is always, like adding functions after functions after functions for everything that we do. And then, however, we still need to make sure that we connect this to the database, because we want to make sure that everything that they do on the front end is obviously somehow saved in the data bank, because otherwise we do it all the time, right? Exactly that what I mentioned in the very beginning of when we started part 3 of this session here, or like the part 3 video, which we are basically in at the moment. And then, so basically everything that we do has to be here with the JavaScript. So it's a lot of code to create this piece of information. Then we have the constant vote count. So that's a span element. So also an element that says vote count. Text content is the card votes. Card element, append child, title, content, upvote, vote count, return card element. Okay, so function to handle card voting. Async function handle vote card. Check if the user has already voted. You need to implement user identification logic. Yeah, I know. That's what I realized as well, because otherwise, we can't see if someone voted if we are not allowing for user identification. How did it call it? Logic. So basically, we need to kind of say, okay, if a user, so basically we need to create a login function to say, okay, or maybe not a login function, I'm not sure, but we need to have some logic to say, okay, if this user already put a vote in there, then he or she can't vote again. And I'm not 100% sure exactly how we do this. I have some ideas on how we could create the logic. But before we do this, I think we should first figure out, that the function in general, or like the button and everything kind of works, and that you can create these different cards, and then we can go to the logic of how we want to have the voting. Then increment the vote count on the server. So constant await fetch. Okay, upvote. Okay, that's don't ask me exactly. I don't really get it yet, but I think we will getting there, when we look at the database, so that we better understand how the database works and how we can all bring it together. Okay, update your server-side code to handle card upvoting. In your server.js file, add a new route to handle upvoting. App post ID upvote. Okay, add a new route to handle card upvoting. Upvote only, no downvote. App post ID upvote. Okay, constant card ID. Implement logic to record an upvote for the specified card in the database. Update the card's vote count. You need to ensure that a user can only vote once for each card. This logic depends on your user authentication system. Respond with a success message, e.g. JSON response card upvoted successfully. This code will allow users to upvote cards by clicking the upvote button. When they do it, When they do, it will send a request to the server to increment the vote count for that card. You will need to implement the logic for recording votes in the data. Okay, no, I have to read this again. I kind of read it and didn't really get it. So just reading to you, but without me understanding it. So I can basically teach you or give you some ideas back. So this code will allow users to upvote cards by clicking the upvote button. Okay, when they do it, it will send a request to the server to increment the vote count for that card. You will need to implement the logic for recording votes in the database based on your user authentication. Okay, that makes sense. Remember that this code is a basic starting point and you may need to adapt it to your specific requirements, especially regarding user authentication and database interactions. Yes, I get it. We are fully far away from what we want to achieve, but we are getting there. Okay, so now I think we actually don't need to change something because we already have this cards container in here, but let's quickly check. So if we go for the index HTML, we go up. See, we already have that. So we don't need to change anything. But what we should change is that basically we put here call the add card function. See, we have the script already, and we included something. So maybe we can, like reuse some of the things, or we maybe. So script event listener. Okay, so we put the whole. We put this whole thing here and we do one first step because for the JavaScript codes for the front end and back end. One question. I have some code, some front end JavaScript code already in my code from a previous conversation with you. Do I need all of that code or can I delete some of it as it is roughly is a double of the code that you provided me with to create the cards once the user clicks on cards once a user clicks on that you provided me with to create the cards once a user clicks on submit card. So let's see. Ta-ta. Okay. The code you provided in your last message is almost identical to the code I provided earlier for handling card creation and display. You can use the code I provided earlier and you don't need to keep both sets of code. It's a good practice to keep your code organized and avoid redundancy. Here's what you do. Move the existing code you posted. Call the add card function here. Reset the rest of the code. Keep the code I provided earlier for card creation and handling upvotes. Okay, call the add card function. So basically, I think it's a bit mixture what it says, but I think it provided us until here, right? Reset the input field. So function to refresh the card list is probably something that we can delete. Look, function to create a card element. Okay, let's see. I'm not too sure because this is all remove the existing code you posted. Yeah, because we kind of already have this, right? Event listener for adding a new card, event listener for submitting a new card, call the add card function. So basically keep the code I provided earlier for card creation and handling upvotes. Okay, we keep this using only one set of code for handling. Okay. Function to create a card element, and see here function to create a card element. So we put this in here. Function to create a card element. Now let's see if this actually works. Right click. What do we have? Format document, right? Huh, that works. That's nice. So cool. Function to handle card voting. Initial card retrieval. Okay, no clue if we need that. But let's delete that. So file, save. So function to refresh the card list. We will put this below, to be honest. I'm not sure if that makes sense. Function to refresh the card list. I'm not sure yet if we need this. So we need to find out if we need this element still. We put a question mark here. Do we need this still or not? Okay, we will put this in here. Script. Okay, so one more question. I now have the following Java script code, and I was wondering if I need the following functions or if they are redundant and I do not need them anymore. The how did you call it now? The function to refresh the card list. And then this is the handle card voting, and then the initial card retrieval. Code, and now we do all the script again in here. Body script, here we go. So let's see. And we need to still add the make the changes to the backend. I quickly want to first check if we're making any mistakes, or if we have like functions in there that we just don't need. So we don't need to have like all the code you provided in your last message is almost identical to the code I provided earlier for handling card creation display. You can use the code I provided earlier, and you don't need to keep both sets of codes. It's good practice to remove the existing code you posted. No, I don't want to change this because you provided me with that. No, you can remove the function to refresh the card list sections if you want to simplify your code. These sections were included to ensure that the card list is initially populated with data from the server when the page loads, and and that the list is refreshed after adding a new card. However, based on your previous requirements where you wanted to display the newly added card without a page refresh, you can rely on the card creation logic and event listeners you already have in place. The code below that handles the card creation and upvoting should be sufficient for your needs. Okay, thanks. But I still want to have all the cards visible that have been created in the past as a list, and want the cards that are then added and submitted to show up in that list as well. Is it also possible to display the card list in a way that those cards that are upvoted that the list of all the cards are displayed in a way that the card with the highest vote is listed on top and the card with the lowest vote is listed in the bottom. If there are cards with the same number of votes, it does not matter how they are displayed. Probably we should only focus on the other piece because we're still missing the backend for our voting, but yeah, well. Okay, so to display all cards, both existing and newly added ones, to sort them by the number of votes in descending order, you can modify the refresh cards function. You will also need to update the create card element function to include the upvoting button and vote count. Here's how you can achieve this. Modify the refresh cards function to fetch all cards from the server, sort them by vote count in descending order, and then create card elements for each card. Function to refresh the card list and sort them by votes. Okay, we do this in a second, but let's quickly go back. Here. Update your server-side code to handle card upvoting in your server.js file. So the handle vote card is something that we haven't figured out yet. Handle vote, so we need to have this. So update your server-side code to handle card upvoting. Add a new route to handle card upvoting. Okay, we need to copy this code and we just put this in our server.js, even though see we have this double. So we can just put this in here. Okay, so this is something we have to do later with the coding, but now let's go back here. So let's first see that we have this all displayed nicely, and then we can do the upvoting later on. Okay, to display all cards, both existing and newly added ones, but maybe let's quickly do something first here before we go any further. File, save. Ha! See? Not even that bad. Now we have a project voting, add card. So let's see what happens. Add card. I mean, it's really ugly, but we don't care, right? Right? We want to have this nice. And there are still several things missing, but we're getting there. So now we say AI agent, now we say AI image of my own. There's probably a way easier way to do this and build this project, because I mean, all these apps, you know, they look so nice and so beautiful. And you probably have specific, how do you say this? You probably have specific functions, and you have specific features, and you have specific frameworks where you can basically probably just stuck it all together, and it works way faster. But I mean, we are getting there, right? So this is just really the idea of getting it to work in the most simplest way that we can think of, just to get all the learning. And then later on, we can add additional things, and we can bring it up to state of the art, so that we know, okay, how does it actually work, and how we can do all the coding, and how we can do everything that is part of it. But for now, it's, yeah. I mean, you see, it's like probably 20 years back of us trying to learn to code and having these really ugly looking pages. But we're getting there. Maybe we just add a bit of color in the end of part 3 now of the video, right? And the learning, just to see that we do something nice and smooth, because I'm really happy, you know, like I'm a person, I love smooth design, and I love like really sleek design and things that just look good. And I mean, honestly, this doesn't look good, but we don't care. We first want to set up all the functionality, and then we can check the design. And then probably afterwards, we also have to learn, you know, like how exactly we do this. So where do we actually start? Like, should we first do only the front end and then add the back end? Or should we first do the back end and then we add the front end to it? So probably there is not like one size fits all, and not like one approach to it, depending probably on the different projects. But I think, yeah, we're getting there in creating something fun. So the AI image of my own, AI image of, or let's say deep, do we say, I don't even know if we call this deep fake AI, but I want to have, you know, like we say, an AI that looks like me in the virtual world. I'm not sure even if we need a title and the function and the card content, and the card content probably should give us a bit more space, like a form field that is a bit bigger, to make it a bit, look a bit nicer. And I mean, also it's not embedded in a website. It doesn't have any kind of header. It doesn't have any kind of sidebar. So yeah, there is not that much to it, but as said, we are getting there. And maybe we can just add a sidebar, and in the sidebar, then we have the project voting, and then we have a header where we say, okay, now you're logged in. So we just put this, for example, on the project, or we put this on members or something, or we put this on whatever. So on a specific website where we can just say, okay, on this, we run this whole thing. And then the project voting is one piece of the software that we are creating. So, but yeah, I think we are very far away from that. For that reason, let's go on. So an AI that looks like me in the virtual world. And we just say, I want to create images that always reflect how this person looks like and can wear different pieces of clothing. And I still know what kind of person that is. Submit card. Ha! That isn't that bad, right? So now we already have 2 cards. Upvote. Okay, nothing happens because we haven't defined this yet. But we have now this, and we have the add cards. So basically now you can create those cards, and there are these cards. The question is now if we do like refresh, okay, they stay there. So it seems that those cards are also in the data bank, because otherwise they would be deleted. So because if we go through the index piece here, where we have a functionality, right, that is doing the card voting, so we actually could copy paste here the I'm not sure why function create vote span we actually need this. Append child or a dependent child. So basically what we could do is we could just copy paste here. So this was a code that was delivered that ChatGPT gave me at the very beginning when I tried to bring this app to life, but it was not related to a database, or it was not connected to a database. So what happened basically is, and that's what I share with you. So we refreshed the whole thing. Working. Ta-ta! We start at the very beginning. So basically everything that we did so far, so we had the interactivity, right? So that's exactly maybe one quick thing. So what we now added and why this code that we created now is different to the one that we created here in the very first beginning, even though maybe it sounds like this one looks more advanced already to some extent because there's the voting included. The problem is that with this code, it's only the front end. So basically, you see here, it creates only the, so it's basically head whatever. So that's the style. So it just gives all the style here. So we could change the style and say, for example, I want to have a different background color and I just want to have whatever, not F0, but I want to have F3. Don't ask me what kind of color that is. Not a different color. Interesting. Actually, it should change. But maybe this one is not defined. No, that's definitely not defined. Oh, see, now it changes the color. So now change the color. So basically we can make those changes to the style. We can make changes to the content. So we could, for example, here say, okay, we don't want to call it card voting, but we want to call it project voting or project ideas and voting. Like this, we can run it. It will make those changes. But when I now say update card content, which is basically only this thing I can update, so it says new ideas 2, I add a card and I say new ideas 3, and I even upvote the whole thing. We just do some upvotes. Then it works, right? It looks like it's working perfectly, but the problem is the moment I refresh the whole thing, okay, why does it not do it? Okay, it's refreshing. So the moment I refresh it, and you will see what happens, is that everything is gone. And we will restart from the very beginning. You see, there's nothing there yet. So the only thing that is there is the project ideas and voting. But this is because this is like a hard-coded content. So basically, this is something which I have in the code. But everything else is something that I just have the interactivity. So it does something when I interact with it. But it doesn't save anything in the database. And for that reason, it's only the front end. It only shows how it looks like on the front end, but it doesn't do anything on the back end. So all the content, everything is just not there, or it doesn't stay there. It can stay there as long as we are in this one kind of thingy. But the moment we refresh anything, or we don't have internet and then the internet comes back, it's just gone. So this is not something that is sustainable in any way. And for that reason, we need the full stack piece. So we basically also need the connection to the database. And I think the Node.js is some kind of thing that is able to connect. So it's kind of a connector. I think it's not an API. That's something else. But somehow I don't really get yet what it is, but I think it writes some of the code. Basically, it's interacting with the database. So it kind of is able to run the code to interact with the database. And so that's what we need. So that then it can say, hey guys, we need some input here. Give me that input, and vice versa. With that said, what we can do, let's first go back, but that's interesting because I forgot that we have this already here. So we can, create the upvote and downvote button. Okay, that's what we already did. We don't need to create them again because we can just use them with the HTML because they should always be there. at least in the cards that we create. But we have here the function to basically handle card voting and the function to create vote spans. So we can just give this to ChatGPT in a second. But let's go back and see what we have here. So first we go with a refresh thingy. So to display all cards, both existing and newly added ones, and to sort them by the number of votes in descending order, highest votes. Okay, I just realized that maybe we should first do the voting, because if we haven't done the voting, then how shall we do the refresh thingy if we don't have the voting function yet? So maybe we should first do the voting and then we do that. You will also need to update the create card element function to include the upvoting button and vote count here. Here's how you can achieve this. Modify the refresh cards function to fetch all cards from the server, sort them by vote count in descending order, and then create card elements for each card. Okay, modify the create card element function to include the upvoting button and vote count. Okay, that makes sense. With these modifications, when you call refresh cards, it will fetch all cards, sort them by vote count in descending order, and display them accordingly in your HTML. Newly added cards will also be displayed in the sorted order. This should give you the desired behavior of displaying all cards and sorting them by vote count with the highest voted cards at the top. Okay, great. Now I realized that we have not yet created the vote. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Have not yet created the vote function in JavaScript and connected that to the database and backend. Is it irrelevant if to first add the refresh cards function to our code and then the upvoting function? Or does it not matter? Or should we first add one or the other to our code? Okay. Interesting. Okay, you've already added the upvote button and the create card element function. Now you need to implement the handle vote function to handle upvoting when the button is clicked. You can do this by sending a post request to the server when the upvote button is clicked. Here's modified handle vote function. Okay. That looks way too easy compared to the other one. Okay, in the above code, you need to implement the logic to update the vote count for the specific card in your database. Connect from front end to back end. Ensure that the front end code sends a post request to the root when a user clicks the upvote button as shown in the handle vote function. With these steps, you should be able to add upvoting functionality to your full stack application, allowing users to upvote cards. And then the updated vote counts will be reflected in your database and on the front end when you call refresh cards. Okay, so now I think we just follow this approach and go first with the refresh card thingy. So to display all cards, both existing and newly added ones, to sort them by the number of votes in descending order, you can modify the refresh cards function. You will also need to update the create card element function to include the upvoting button and vote count. Here's how you can achieve this. Okay, modify the refresh cards function to fetch all cards from the server, sort them by vote count in descending order, and then create card elements for each card. Async function refresh cards. Okay, refresh cards. No, that's the wrong one. Index HTML. Okay, let me see what we have here. Awing function refresh cards. Constant cards container, document cards container inner HTML. That's identical. Constant cards equals await fetch cards. Cards for each. Constant card element, create card element, cards container, append child card element, and in between. Okay, so we have to renew this. And in between, we have sort cards by vote count in descending order. So card sort. Okay. That basically means that we can, let me see, constant cards. We can just, to do this constant cards, await fetch cards. So put this on the same level, I think. Yes. Okay, so this should be done. So this is now that it basically refreshes them, but it adds the here B votes minus A votes. So maybe that's just something. Sort cards by vote count in descending order. Okay, not sure why. Okay, but whatever. Let's not go with that. Let's first go with some other things. Modify the create card element function to include the upvoting button and vote count. So function create card element. So we have this here function to create a card element function, constant card element. So let's see. So div card h2 p button. So we need to go for that button. So constant upvote button. Let's see, we probably after the p. We have this button. Why do we need to do this again? Maybe we already have this, but let's see. Okay, function create card element card, constant card element document create element div. Card element class list, constant title h2 p, constant upvote button equals document create element button, upvote button text content equals upvote button add event listener, click handle vote card, constant vote count equals document create element span, vote count dot text content equals $card votes. Okay, so basically we don't need to do this. We already have that. With these modifications, when you call refresh cards, it will fetch all cards, sort them by vote count in descending order, and display them according in your HTML. Newly added cards will also be displayed in the sorted order. This should give you the desired behavior of displaying all cards and sorting them by vote count with the highest voted cards at the top. Yeah, but we have this already, the upvote button here. So we probably can put the upvote button then somewhere else, but that's a different story. Okay, great. To implement the upvoting functionality, you can follow these steps. Add the upvoting functionality to the front end using JavaScript. Add upvoting functionality to front end. You've already added the upvote button to the create card element function. Now you need to implement the handle vote function to handle voting with the button is clicked. You can do this by sending a post request to the server when the upvote button is clicked. Here's a modified handle vote function. What I don't get is because that's not a function, so we need to ask this. Okay, for step 1, I don't see any function. Check if the users already voted. For now, we assume that users increment the vote count on the server. Okay. I think the point is that beforehand we used a function that we used in the front end, right? So basically here, when we go back to the weblet, this is a function that let vote count equals pass whatever votes, and then vote count plus plus, which I think means that we always add like 1 plus. So always like the one now. So it basically says now it's 1 vote. We add like 1 more, so it's now 2 votes when we click on this one. But the question is, do we do this calculation in the front end, or do we do this calculation in the back end? Because I mean, we could also say, okay, we upvote this. We have here the function. Now we take the vote count that is already there. Someone upvotes this. Now we have 3, and now we give 3 back to the database. Or we say alternatively, I click here on upvote. I have 4 votes. I click on upvote, and then, I don't know, we have to ask. Okay. So one question. How you designed the code means that now we write the logic of the new number of upvotes in the database, but could we also do this in JavaScript with a code like JavaScript, or does this not work as we want to include user authentication and thus need to save the votes in the data bank, then implement logic in the backend to increment the vote count for the specified card in the database, and then make the newly updated vote count visible in the front end. Okay, we can do this, but I just want to understand. If you want to ensure okay, so it says you can, but okay, security and authentication. If you want to ensure the integrity of your voting system, no, we don't want to do this. If you want to ensure the integrity of your voting system and prevent abuse, e.g. users voting multiple times, it's usually better to handle voting logic on the server side. This way you can implement user authentication, enforce voting rules, and prevent unauthorized access to the database. Data consistency. In a multiple user environment, if multiple users are voting on the same card simultaneously, handling vote updates directly in JavaScript on the client side may lead to data inconsistency issues. For example, 2 users might see different vote counts if their updates are not synchronized properly. Scalability. If your application grows and you need to scale to handle a large number of users and votes, handling all vote updates on the client side could become inefficient and may not scale well. In a real-world application, it's common practice to implement voting logic on the server side backend to ensure security, data consistency, and scalability. Here's how it typically works. A user clicks the upvote button on the client side. The client-side JavaScript code sends an HTTP request to the server indicating which card the user wants to upvote. The server receives the request, checks the user authentication if needed, increments the vote count for the specified card in the database, and sends a response back to the client. The client-side JavaScript code receives the response and, if successful, updates the UI to reflect the new vote count. By handling the logic on the server side, you can ensure that the voting system is secure and operates consistently across all users, regardless of the client they are using. This approach also provides a centralized point of control for vote handling and data management. Okay, I think now we learned something. So this is something I wasn't aware of, but I think this explains a lot. And for that reason, we definitely do it in the backend because we want to add user authentication, right? And we want to build this app environment there as well. And for that reason, for that reason, we do it in the backend, even though that means that I have less, also in the front end, I don't really have an idea, but in that way, I have even less ideas of how we can do that. But now let's do that. So to implement the upvoting functionality, you can follow these steps. Add the upvoting functionality. So we did this. Add upvoting functionality to front end. You've already added the upvote button in the create card element function. Now you need to implement the handle vote function to handle upvoting when the button is clicked. You can do this by sending a post request to the server when the upvote button is clicked. Here's a modified handle vote function. So let's go back. Let's go back to our index.html. And let's see where we have this function to handle card voting. So this is the function. And now let's see. Async function handle vote card. Okay. Check if the user has already voted. For now, we'll assume, okay. Increment the vote count on the server count response equals await fetch API card ID upvote. Method equals post. If response status equals to 100, refresh card. So apparently the function is already there. So we don't need to make any changes. Step 2, create backend API route for upvoting in your Node.js Express backend. So basically in this thingy here, you need to create an API route that handles upvoting. Here's an example of how you can define this route. In the above code, you need to implement the logic to update the vote count for the specified card in your database. The exact implementation will depend on your chosen database system. And okay, we need to do this now. Step 3, ensure that the front-end code sends a post request to the API card's card ID upvote route when a user clicks the upvote button as shown in the handle vote function. But I think we have this, right? Handle vote card. We need to see, I think, handle vote. No, we are not on the server. So handle vote basically means handle vote async function handle vote. Okay, but the handle vote should here constant upvote button document create element. But we somewhere need to have this. Okay, I think I know what it means. It basically means that we have the function with the upvoting, but here, now we have it already. Upvote button, text content upvote button at event listener, click, handle vote card. So in the moment someone clicks on this button, then the handle vote card function will run. So basically that works. So we have this already. So steps 3 we should already have. But the point now is, the problem now is we have to do step 2. Okay, thanks. So let us tackle step 2 now. From above. You said that I need to add the following code in the Node.js Express backend. See here. So we do it quickly. So I can do that, but I have 3 questions. 1, where to input this into the Node.js code. Secondly, you previously in a different chat chat asked me to create a database with the following command. Not with the following command, but we say server.js constant database in the following format, which hopefully gives you an idea of which kind of database I am using. And third, can you help me create code in the Node.js, in the server.js, where we implement the logic to increment the vote count for the specified card once a user clicks on it. In a first step, without user authentication, let's add that afterwards, that when a user clicks on the upvote button and vote, then the vote is appended by 1 upwards, and okay, let's see what happens. Interesting. Certainly, I can help you with that. To implement the upvoting functionality in your Node.js Express backend and increment the vote count for a specified card, follow these steps. Add the upvoting API route in your Node.js Express backend. This is where you'll handle the logic to increment the vote count for a specified card in your SQLite database. Okay, we first read and then we try to uncover that thingy. And drink a bit of tea in between because I'm talking so much, so my voice now is a bit stale, if you might hear this. So it says the code defines a new post route, okay, here, that handles card upvoting. It expects the card ID parameter in the URL to specify which card should be upvoted. Okay, card ID. Okay. It then uses an SQL query to increment the votes count for that card in the database. Update card set votes +1, where ID equals question mark, which probably is this card ID. Ensure that the DB object is properly configured and connected to your SQLite database. It seems you've already created the DB object, which is a good start. In your front-end JavaScript code, the handle vote function should remain as is. When the upvote button is clicked, it sends a post request to the server's API card's card ID upvote route. With these changes, when a user clicks the upvote button on a card in your front end, it will send a request to your server, and the server will increment the vote count for the corresponding card in the database. Okay. Okay. Is there any specific place in the server JS code where I should input this code piece? The current code looks like the following. Now we make all this like this. Okay, you can place the new route for handling card upvoting step anywhere after the existing routes in your server file. However, it's a good practice to organize your routes in a structured manner for clarity. You can place it right after the existing route for adding new cards, like this. Okay, this places the new upvoting route right after the route for adding new cards and before the existing routes for retrieving and listing cards. It keeps related routes grouped together for better code organization. Now, when a user clicks the upvote button on a card in your front end, it will send a post request to the and your server will handle the upvoting logic as defined in the new route. Okay, we will need to find out this route thingy because I have no clue exactly what it means. But now let's copy the code. Maybe you can just do it that way. What does it say? It says after the existing route for adding new cards. Okay, adding new cards. Oh no, this white one, okay. Okay, add a new route. Oh, sorry. Cards added successfully, so I guess we're here. Adding a new word, we have this double in here. We can leave this in here. Add a new route to handle card upvoting. I think we already somehow have this in here. Add a new route to handle card upvoting. Card voting app post ID upvote. App post API cards ID upvote. Request constant card ID gleich Backpounds ID. West status 200 JSON message card upvoted successfully. Yeah, but that's what we already had. Card ID upvote, so we need to do this differently. It's not always, we always have to be a bit careful about this thingy here. So constant card ID requirements params ID. So I think we can actually add post, copy code, constant card ID. We will just delete that piece. So let's file, save this piece. And I have, however, some questions. So I have some questions. I hope you understood me. Sorry. I want to know now. Okay, I did this, I think, now. One question though. Can you explain to me what roots are. You are talking about different roots grouped together for better code organization, but I am not sure what roots are. Okay, so certainly in the context of a web application, root refers to a specific URL or endpoint that your application can respond to. When a user or a client, like a web browser, makes a request to a particular URL, your server should be able to handle that request by executing specific code. For example, consider a simple web application with a few roots. Homepage, when a user visits the root URL of your website, like https://example.com, your server might respond by rendering the homepage with some HTML content. About, when a user visits the About URL, your server might respond with information about your website or organization. Contact, when a user visits the Contact URL, your server might display a contact form. .api.users, this could be an API endpoint for retrieving a list of users in a JSON format. In this case, the server might respond with JSON data containing user information. Roots are essential for organizing and structuring your web application. They determine how your server should respond to different URLs or API requests. Each root typically has associated code that handles the logic for that particular URL. In your server.js file, you define roots using Express.js, the popular web framework for Node.js, for example. App.get request. Okay, this code will execute when the user visits the root URL. Okay, this one here, because this is not. You can render an HTML page or send a response back to the client. Here defines a root for the root URL. When a user visits the root URL, the code inside the callback function will be executed. Similarly, you can define roots for handling different parts of your application, such as adding cards, retrieving cards, or upvoting cards, by specifying the URL and the corresponding code to execute when that URL is accessed. This allows you to organize and structure the functionality of your web application. Okay, let's find that out. Okay, so basically app post. Okay, we just do this. Given that information, given that code here, can you explain what it does and explain the root and the in and how it works, please? Okay, while this is loading, we can file save this, and let's go uploading. So we have these cards. Let's now upvote the whole thing. That works perfectly. We could say nothing happens. Add card. Okay, that's also not good. We have to do something else. So when I click add card, if I click it once, it's great, but if I don't do anything with it, I should also be able to close it again when I click add card. I want you to create an AI agent, but the upvoting is not working. And the question is, why is it not upvoting? Because we have here the question is, how does it actually know API cards, card ID upvote? I think something is not correct here. I mean, obviously it isn't because it doesn't work. But let's now first read that, and then we need to. So certainly, let's break down the code and understand how this route works. App post defines a new route for handling card upvoting. This route listens for HTTP post requests at the API card's card ID upvote URL. The card ID part is a URL parameter and it allows you to capture a card's unique identifier from the URL. Request res is the callback function that executes when a post request is made to this route. It takes two arguments, the request object and the response object. Constant card ID equals rec extracts the card ID from the URL parameter using rec params. This allows you to know which card is being upvoted. The comment implement logic to increment the vote count indicates where you should implement the logic to update the vote count for the specified card in your database. In this case, the code is using SQLite and execute an SQL update query. It increments the votes column of the cards table by 1 for the card with a specified ID. After executing the SQL query, it checks for any errors. If errors that may occur during the database update. If there's an error, it logs the error message and sends a response with a 500 internal server error status code. If the database update is successful, it sends a response with a 200 OK status code and a JSON object containing the message card upvoted successfully. In summary, this route handles the upvoting of a card. When a post request is made to API cards, card ID upvote, it extracts the card ID from the URL, updates the vote count for the specified card in the database and responds with a success message or an error message if something goes wrong during the update. Okay, thanks. So now I added the code to the backend server.js file. And the code there looks like this. Then in the front-end JavaScript code, I have the following function when clicking on the upvote button. Now, index, where do we have it? Function to handle card voting. And in the HTML code and in the card creation JavaScript code, I have okay, we do this differently. And the JavaScript HTML font and code looks like this. Problem. Stop. Is that when I click on the upvote button on the front end of the code, then there is no upvoting happening on the span, and the span further only displays undefined votes, but I want it to display 0 initially when the card is created and submitted the first time, and then stay at 0 as long as, and then display 0 as long as no one votes. The moment someone votes, it shall call the relevant functions, and the vote display shall be appended given the total votes for that specific card with why is it not working with the current code, and what do I have to change to make it work. So let's see, that was a really long input. Okay, we do this differently. Let's try this out. Let's see if ChatGPT 4 is able to figure something out. If not, then we make it. Okay, interesting. So let's see if, okay, so ChatGPT 3.5 finally told us that we're not getting further here. I mean, I have to admit I put in the whole code, but let's see. So what does ChatGPT 4 tell us here? So based on your description, it seems like there are a few potential issues with your current setup, which might be causing the problem with the upvote functionality and the vote count display. Initial vote count display. Ensure that the initial vote count is set properly when the cards are created. This involves making sure that when a card is fetched from the database, it includes the votes field with the current value. Vote count update in the front end. After upvoting a card, the front end should correctly update the vote count. This might not be happening if the front end isn't properly fetching the updated vote count from the server. Database update. Verify that the server successfully updates the vote count in the database when the upvote endpoint is hit. Here are the steps to troubleshoot and fix these issues. It's not small at all. No. Initial vote count display. Ensure that the votes field is being included in the JSON response from your API card's endpoint. This can be checked by examining the rows object returned from the DB all query. Each card object in rows should have a votes property with an integer value. Okay, I have no clue what we're talking about, but let's first go along. Vote count update in the front end. After voting, you should fetch the updated vote count for the card. In the handle vote function, after the post request to the API cards endpoint, fetch the updated card data and update the corresponding card element in the DOM. I don't even know what DOM is. I heard this before, and I think we heard this actually today, but I think we kind of ignored it, or I ignored it. For this, you might need to modify the handle vote function to fetch the updated card data from the server or return the updated data as a response from the Upvote endpoint database update. Verify that the server's API cards endpoint successfully increments the vote count. You can do this by checking the database directly or by adding logging to the server code to confirm that the update query is running without errors. Yes, to be honest, I have never done that. So, I mean, also the front end I have never done, but I at least saw some JavaScript code at one point in time in my life. But for this piece, I have not even seen anything like that. So basically, that's really totally new. Database update. Verify that the server's API cards update. Okay, we already read that. Suggested code adjustments. Adjust handle vote function after the post request and handle vote fetch the updated card data and update the vote count in the DOM. Fetch the updated card data and update the vote count in the DOM. Async function. Create fetch card function. This function will fetch a single card by its ID. Async function fetch card. And then create upvote count function. This function will update the vote count in the DOM for a specific card. Make sure to assign unique IDs to each card element in the DOM when they're created so you can easily select them later for updates. Okay. But to be honest, I am a programming beginner, so this all sounds a bit wiki. Can you please help me solve and troubleshoot together step by step? Other option, can you recreate the front end and back end code to align with the steps you asked me to troubleshoot? Adapt the code for me. Not sure if there's anything differently than beforehand. Okay. I think I just want to have this unique ID. Okay. Okay, absolutely. I guide you through adjusting your code to fix the issue with the vote counting and display step by step. We'll start by modifying the backend code to ensure it properly handles the vote count, and then we'll update the front-end code to correctly display and update the vote counts. Okay. Back-end code adjustment. So let's just do that, and then we can redo the whole thing and see what happens. And then I think I will also ask about the DOM, but before we start asking about the DOM, maybe we just confuse it here. So we just go now step by step. So back-end code adjustments. Ensure vote count is returned in API cards endpoint. This endpoint should return all cards along with their vote counts. Your existing code seems to be doing this correctly, but it's good to verify that each card in the row area has a vote property. Is this the first one? Oh no, back-end code adjustment. Okay, for your first step in back-end code adjustments, ensure word count is returned in API cards endpoint. How can I verify that each card in the rows array has a votes property? Okay, see, I have no clue what we're doing here. I think I know that we are trying now to troubleshoot and basically print some of the information so that we can, basically see, okay, what's happening. But yeah, very early stage. Okay, to verify that each card in the votes array returned from the API cards endpoint includes the votes property, you can add a simple logging statement into server code. This will print the results returned from the database query to the console, allowing you to inspect them. Here's how you can modify your API cards endpoint to include a logging statement. Locate the API cards endpoint in your server.js file. Okay, we do this. So what did we say? The API cards endpoint. I mean, it's everywhere, right? Let's see what we have here. API get db all. Okay, API app get db all. Select from. If error console error message where status internal server error return. Log the rows to the console. Return. I have this REST JSON rows. And before the REST JSON rows, but after the bracket, I think. Okay, so now we have console log rows. Save. Now when you start your server and access the API cards endpoint by either visiting it in a browser or using a tool like Postman, your server will print the contents of the rows arrays to the console. This will allow you to inspect each object in the array and verify that they include the votes property along with the other data like ID, title, and content. Remember to remove or comment out the console log statement once you have finished debugging, as it's generally not good practice to leave logging statements in production code unless they are necessary for ongoing monitoring or troubleshooting. Okay. So interesting. So we can say only for troubleshooting, not for production code. Take it out when we go live with it. Interesting. Okay. So now I think we have so much code here in that if we go to production at one point with that one, we'll probably be like, hey guys, are you kidding me? Okay. Now when you start your server and access the API cards, okay, how can I use a tool like Postman or visiting the endpoint in a browser to then see the cons log? I am using Visual Studio Code. But let's first try this. Maybe we are able to do this ourselves. See, that works actually. But I think we don't have the vote count in there. ID equals 1, title, I want to create content AI. ID 2, title. Okay, we don't have that in the array. So we're basically fuckingly, okay, forget the word. Just cut this word, sorry. We're not using this. I know that, what is it called? There's one guy that's always using this word, but with the F starting, but we don't use this. So this was just me realizing that this is not in there. But see, we were able to make this work. So that's really nice. But now we can go back to our ChatGPT and say, okay, I just checked in the browser and the votes property is not in the array. So it does not show up there. How can I add this to the database so that it shows the votes? Maybe that's the whole problem. Okay, now we get this. We're getting closer to that. If the votes property is not showing up in the results from your API cards endpoint, it suggests that the votes column might not be correctly set up in your database, or the data might not be getting inserted correctly into the votes column. To resolve this issue, follow these steps. Verify the database schema. Scheme. First, ensure that your cards table in the SQLite database includes the votes column. I think it probably doesn't. Oh, it does. Create table if not exists cards. ID integer, primary key. Title text, content text, votes integer default 0. Okay, we have this in there. This command should create the votes column with a default value of 0 for each new card. If you're not seeing the votes column in your data, it could be due to one of the following reasons. The table was created before the votes column was added to the create table command. In this case, the existing table doesn't have the votes column. There's an issue with how the data is being inserted into the table. Update the database table if needed. If the cards table was created before you added the votes column to the schema, you'll need to update the table. You can do this by adding a new column to the existing table using the alter table command. Note, SQLite has some limitations with the alter table command, particularly with older versions. If you encounter issues adding the column, another approach is to create a new table with the correct schema and migrate your existing data to it. I don't get it because we kind of had this beforehand, right? Oh no, maybe we didn't. No, that's not what I want to do. Okay. Verify data insertion. Ensure that when new cards are inserted into the database, the votes column is being handled correctly. Since you have set a default value for votes, you don't need to explicitly insert a value for it when adding a new card. The database will automatically set it to 0. After making these changes, restart your server and test the application. Add a new card and then check the API cards endpoint to see if the new card includes the votes property. Okay. How? Okay. Step 1 is done, but it still does not show anything for votes. No 0, no nothing. When I do the alter table, where do I add the code? Directly below the DB1 in the server.js, or where do I do that? Okay. Okay. Okay, so we only need this piece here. So now we do command prompt, we do file save, and then we do, how do we know again? I forgot how we do this with a, I have to go up quite a bit. Probably I should know this by now, but I don't. So let's see where we have to. No, not here. We did quite a lot of code already, and it feels like we're not getting that far, but I guess it just takes a bit of time. No buttons. I'm probably faster by just asking. So see there, we had the DOM content loader. I think this is what we just did not do. Here we go. Node server JS. Okay, that's quite easy. Okay. Node.js. Okay, now we reload this whole thing. Okay. Okay, I added the temporary code to adapt the column in the database, and the result is the following. Great, it looks like it has not been added successfully. Yeah, great, I see this. But at least it gives some solution, right? So okay. That's so sad. We have to all do it again. Okay, I think we don't need to back up any kind of database here for this kind of activity, given what we have in our data bank, if I'm just reading through that. But let's see. Okay, so great. It looks like the votes column has not been added successfully yet, as it's not reappearing in the results. This could be due to the way SQLite handles ELSA table commands, particularly in some versions where adding a new column can have limitations. I mean, it said it before. Let's try a different approach to ensure the votes column is added correctly. Approach: create a new table, migrate data. Create a new table with the correct schema. We'll create a new table, say cards new, with the desired schema, including the votes column. Then we'll copy data from the old cards table to this new card table. Finally, we rename the new table to cards, Here's how you can do it. Okay, db1, cards new. Steps: add this code to your server.js file. This will create a new table, copy data from the old table to the new one, drop the old table, and then run your application, check your data. Okay, does this mean I delete the old db1 code for the old cards table and replace it with the new db1 code? Or do I input the code below the old cards.db 1db code in the server.js file? Okay, then we take all of this. Now we copy paste this in here. So this temporary thingy comes out. And instead we put this in here. So now we do file save. And now we do a new one. And we do, what was it again? Node server.js, right? Okay, new table created and data migrated successfully. Okay, interesting. So now let's, now it works. Look at that. ID equals 1, title, I want to create an AI agent, content AI agent with the functionality to automatically, okay, there's actually a, spelling mistake, post content for me each day, votes 0. Now we have the right one. So that's perfect. So this basically now means test your application, okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's the old one. Approach, create a new table. Here's how you can do it. Steps: add this code to your server.js file. This operation will modify your database structure, so make sure to back up your database. This approach is generally used in development environment. Okay, if you're not comfortable with these, you might want to seek additional help or consider using a GUI tool, whatever that is, for SQLite that can make these changes more straightforward. Okay. Now that I have created now that worked, and the database is now including the votes. For the server.js code, can I now delete the changes to the code to make the changes to the data bank and only keep the db1 code that is the following. So because now, I mean, we don't want to have all of this on it. So we basically only want to have the db1, this one here. Okay, not including, it's actually including the votes. Okay. Okay. Okay, so that's what we will be doing. So we keep this one, but we will take this out. So file save. So now we have our data bank here again. Nice. So now finally we got this one. So let's just check localhost 4000. I'm not at card. Ha! Upvote 2, upvote 1. What is if we now do? Okay, an eye that looks like me in the virtual world, and I want you to create an AI agent. Huh? It works? Interesting. We don't even need to make that many changes because apparently it does, but we can now check API cards and see what it does to our database. Ha! Look, it works. It's not that bad. Add card. I mean, there's a lot of things missing, but enter your title. So the whole point why it didn't work was because we didn't have this in our database, so it couldn't save anywhere because there was nothing it could save to. So it was basically just getting nowhere. Enter title, AI. What do? We say a learning platform with AI and no code. Please. On a WordPress website, but I do not care in detail how you do it. We can, I mean, that's another point. We have to find out how we can actually delete those cards, right? So maybe we need other button. Yeah, okay, this user, okay, now we need user authentication. So we get like at a way more complicated project now, because now, you know, like submit card. So this has 0 votes now. A learning platform with AI and no code, please. So let's see, we vote this up. 3 votes. Okay, now nothing changes. Now it votes up. Okay. I think the other one voted up, but we said that there is no specific method that says, okay, what happens when there are like 4 votes, for example. But now if we put the a learning platform was to 5, then it moves to the top. And I think now we can also design the cards and make them more smooth. and make them better looking, and maybe even, like make a nice functionality that these cards are not like this ugly moving around, but they can move around a bit more nicely. But at least from a very basic perspective, we now created this thingy, even though there is so much more, like around this feature to make it actually work and to make it interesting also for users, because obviously now the only thing that you can do is that you can add the card, you can upvote it, but I can upvote it as many times as I want to. If I have grammar mistakes, I can't change that anymore, so I can't click on it and change it. So that's not really state-of-the-art smoothness, at least not from the... So, like there's so much more smoothness that you can have that makes it more interesting for the features and bring the features to life. So there's so much more that you can do, but just on a very, very basic functionality, it works. And now I could go out, and have it testing with people. I mean, this one already exists, right? So that's nothing I need to test on. But what I want to do is, and that's what we will do next now, is that we add the user authentication to it, that we make sure, and I think this is like at least takes as long time as it took us to do this, that we add the user authentication, that we then make sure that we actually can host this on a real live server and not like a local server as we have it here. And then also that we are able to bring this up into... So what I want to do, and I told you this beforehand, so what I want to do now is that we have on the left-hand side, we have the different, let's say, tabs. So one of the tabs will be the project voting. And then probably we have a framework as well, or like, how do you say this, a dashboard where we have the project voting that is in there as well. And then we add more and more features for you, and you can play around with the features. And then we just add new features and find out if you find these features helpful. But mainly, it will be about a learning platform and so on for you to really be empowered with AI and no code. But for now, it is just this, that then you can basically use the project voting and upvote the project that you want and the tools that you want us to build or want me to build. To basically, then learn from them and see how you can do this yourself. And obviously you can also join in. But as you said, this is really like basic. And we now go on and we'll do the next step. And the next step will be the user authentication. And I'm not 100% sure how we will do this, because we need kind of a login form and we need probably a different page. So, I mean, I can quickly show you how I want to do this in a really, really basic way. So let's quickly go to Figma. I haven't used Figma before, and I just did one course on Figma, like the really, really basics, but not in detail. So this is a desktop here. And so I use the frame here to do a desktop, and then you can do, like we just do this. So see this app here, this has the headline, and then it has here the thing. So we want to do it a bit differently, but I don't like it that way exactly. And I think it doesn't work for the app that I have in mind. But we can do this thingy here. Now it's gray. I mean, I don't like gray. I have other colors, but they are now in Canva. So we do this later on where I add some colors here. Or why not? You can quickly see my Canva. I think it doesn't matter if you see that, because I just want to, like, this is just the human AI lab. I call this human, but it's a no-code AI lab. So I just want to have the colors here. So we quickly take the colors here. So I just take the dark blue. The dark blue is 2444C5. So that's the hash code. Then black, okay, whatever, it should be just 6 times 0. Then we have one yellow. Yellow 1 is, I normally don't use a lot of yellow, so E8C115. Then we have this really light one, we can say whitish or something. This is, let me quickly hashtag, I actually write this down, EFEAEC. Then we have, that's like normal blue, so that's not dark but not light, so normal blue. This is the hashtag 4568E2. Then we have the light blue. That's the hashtag CFDAFC. Then we have the pink. or whatever. It's not really pinkish, but kind of F75290. And then we have the yellow, what is it? The yellow dark. I don't really know why I have two, but whatever. F8BB41. But as I said, I normally don't use them. So now what we do is that we just, it's a really basic one, right? We don't do like in detail here because that doesn't really make sense. But we just say, okay, now let's do this in, I think I want to have the really white one. No, do I want to have the white one? I don't really know. Maybe do it dark blue or something. 2444C5. So now we have dark blue. Now I want to have another one of these. And I actually want to have, you know, here for the desktop, that's really long, but we now make this, maybe the normal blue. I'm not sure, this will be so ugly. 8E2. So, and now what I want to do is, you know, then we have these, we do like these, I not really want to have an ellipse. No, we don't want to have an ellipse. We want to have a rectangle. So, you know, we want to have these thingies here. And we want to have them with like angles. So basically, maybe we do 15. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so, I mean, this is a bit ugly, right? But this is mainly just for purposes of just showing you how I want to do this. So you see, you can here say 14. No, not that way. No, not that way. I just copy paste. I'm not sure if you see that. Probably you just hear it. But somehow it doesn't work as well with the copy pasting. And it's also somehow moved different ways here. Yeah, we can have more of these, but now we can have text. That's way too small, but we can say, you know, like project update or project ideas and upvoting. So now, and then we can have, see, that's really, really basic. And then we can say we just make this to 18, and probably a bit more, a bit too much, but if that's 18, then probably, you know, we can just see if that actually works. Then we copy them all and we all make them smaller. Now we see we actually have this double. We make this a bit smaller. And I mean, there are these things, right, where you can just basically, where we can have this that way, or we can have, we can do this differently, and we can say basically same. Let's say, wait a second. No, it doesn't really do it anymore. Maybe we have to do this differently. Oh, we have to do this differently. So now we copy paste this whole thing. We move this a bit down. And then I think Figma also has to some extent like these little buttons, but these little icons, but I'm not really sure where we have the icons now. I think you can do plugins, and then I have one plugin which is really nice, but we don't do this now because it takes a bit too much time, but we use a simple line. We use this line. We make this a tiny bit bigger, just to 3. And we do this in white. So we just move this up here. And then we put this in here. And there is this way wide where you can say, we just put this in here. So basically what we can do is, you know, like when you click on, I mean, not these 3 individually, but if you click on this whole thingy, that's kind of an icon. That's not an icon now, but if you click on this icon, then this pops out, and otherwise it just disappears. So we have a bit more space here in the middle. And what we can do as well is that we can add like a rectangle as here. And this rectangle then, so probably we need 2 of these things because we want to have one. We can do this 15 as well. And I know you can also do specific kind of buttons that they always stay exactly the same. we won't do this now in detail because I have to, do so much rereading to this that it takes a bit of too long time to do this now. But just to give you a broad idea of how we can make a very quick wireframe of how this might look like. And so you have an understanding of what I actually want to build. And you see this as well, right? Visually, it's not like only in my head, but you can also see this here in the real life. So let's do the light blue and do this, I don't know, I think it's EFDFFC. Let's see, no, that's definitely not the right color that I wanted. Maybe that's like not E, but C, F, D, R, F, C. This looks way better. So let's use that one, use a bit of text, and let's say this is the my dashboard. So for users that are not logged in, we can just call this login, or we can basically just have one screen and say, okay, you have to log in, and that's it. So, but how now here we see this, and we have now my dashboard. That's actually really difficult, not nice font. So let's change this to something that's a bit more fun. Not sure if that makes it better, but let's go with my dashboard and this font here. So this is, okay, that's also not so nice, but whatever. So this is the font, and then we have project ideas and upvoting, and then what we can have here in the bottom, we can have, we can copy paste that, and we can put this down here. Maybe probably with a different, you can say my account, and then we have my account. We can do this with a little bit of a button as well. So let's delete that again and use a button here, but we don't want to have this color and we don't want to have it that way. So we want to have it a bit smaller. We want to have it a bit like that. Not sure, that's a bit ugly, but whatever. We want to have this color as well, so it differentiates a bit from the other thingies, from the other buttons. I mean, we do it that way, and then we put here. Actually, we have my dashboard. Why do we need my account down here? Oh, we can do something else actually, which would be fun. We can do not my dashboard, what we do here, support. And then what we could be doing, which we can't do now because I don't know where we have the buttons, but then we can have an icon here. So we can just simulate the icon now with a little bit of with a gray, not a gray. So this is an icon, but we put the icon now in, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in black, so we know that there's an icon that then basically says here's a support. So this is a little circle with a question mark in there. And then we have the support, so you can click on support. Otherwise, I mean, you can just click on my dashboard and we could open a drop-down window here where it says like my account, support, community, contact or whatever. So probably we just do this, and this is not really necessary. So this is a bit double, but just like that. And then we could have project ideas and upvoting. And what we could be doing then is to say, okay, rectangle, no, not rectangle. We do first like this, and we say, welcome, and then we could say, like in these brackets, just for us to know, welcome user first name. Not sure if you do this in that way, but welcome first user name first name. Welcome to your, we can do it differently. Welcome to your dashboard, comma, and then the user first name. So this would be, like what the user can then see, and we can make this a bit bigger. So this would be 24, whatever, that's not really big. So we put this in here, and then we say, then we have, you can either do this like having it either, in that way, or you kind of click on here and then it's just like one little short line, and then this whole thing would move over there. So we would have more space in here. And what we can do now is do a rectangle here and say, for example, we can say, okay, that's a bit ugly, but we can say, let's do it differently. So maybe that way. So we have different cards here then, right? So this is just one of the cards that we have. And then we have another card, for example, for AI news. We have a next card for no-code projects maybe that are currently running. And we have several things that might be interesting for you as a user. And then we have, for example, here we can say we do 15 again. And then we have this in this light blue again. So we use the light blue color here, we put this over here, and then we have it that way. And that's then the card that basically, we can use this again. So this now gets really ugly, but well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now it's white, we put this, no we don't. Why is it now like see rectangle 12 and rectangle 11? So the 12 needs to go above the 11. And then we can say now that's actually we need to change that actually, because this is we take this out here, we put this tiny little bit here because I think it's ugly if you see this like that. We give it like, I don't know, 5 maybe, and then in here we put a text. Does it work? Oh, now we put a text and say project ideas and upvoting. And we can say, so that's the dashboard, basically, welcome to your dashboard. So that's the dashboard. If we go on the project ideas and upvoting, it might look differently, and we can work on it in a second. Because in the project ideas and upvoting, right, we want to have it differently. So we want to have then the welcome to your project updates. And then on the one hand side, maybe on the left-hand side, you have all of the rectangles. And then on the other side, you can add a new card. So that's something that we need to do. But project ideas and upvoting, we could say, for example, I'm not sure if this makes sense, but we could say top project idea. We could say top 3 project ideas. And then we could say, and then we list them there. So we say project most votes, top 3 project ideas, and then we can say idea 1, ID, or we can say, like project idea 1, and this is then in the name, right? This is not 1, but basically highest votes. And then we do this with 2 and 3. So project idea, highest votes. And then we do exactly the same. Highest votes. And then we say second highest votes, third highest votes. And then we can say and add a button here. And we can put this one here. I think we just have too much color here, to be honest. Rectangle, we just put this up, so it has to be above here. And then say, and then we put this here as well. Okay. And we put this here and we say, add an idea. You can say add an idea, right? And then we put this, okay, maybe we need 2 buttons. Maybe 2 buttons is also too complicated, but whatever. Add an idea, or we can say, we copy paste the whole thing. Upvote an idea or project. Yeah, maybe not sure if this is really nice looking, and obviously this one should not be, like this should be, this is too high, that's too much, but yeah, this is more or less the idea. Now we don't want to have, what's that again? Now you can make like different edits. Yeah, so, and if now, I click on add an idea or upvote an idea, then basically I'm adding here to this project ideas and upvoting. And what we can do is, let's see if we can just duplicate the whole thing. Copy, and then we say paste. It goes that way, it doesn't go below. So we can say, like this is my dashboard. And then we can say the other one is basically the project ideas and upvoting feature or app. I mean, app is maybe a bit too much. That's not really welcome. And then we can say welcome to the project ideas and upvoting feature or upvoting section. And then we can say here now, let's move this a bit up because what we want to do. So we basically want to have, we can say project ideas and upvoting. Then maybe I'm just planning around, right? I don't really know. So I'm not even sure if we want to do this on the right-hand side and on the other side. But let's say just very simple. We have this here. And then we have this card here. We move this card over here. We say that's the card. Now we need to make these changes here, a bit smaller. Really have to make this all this way, right? That it can basically, I'm not sure how exactly this works, but we can kind of, I think, do padding here. This is something that then you do, like when you work with designers, that they do all of this and they give you all these, like how it is supposed to be coded then. But I'm not 100% sure how you can put in like any padding or anything here. I think you can do this here maybe. Fixed size, auto height, auto width we want to have. But we want to have some of this. Yeah, there we need to, I'm not 100% sure. We have to do this later. So then we have here a card title. And then obviously this can't be the same. So we want to have the card title always looks the same, right? And then there is a card content, or we could say description. And then we want to have, ideally, there is this thing, I think I saw this at Product Hunt. So we can just take it from there. And we can just say, so we just now do this in the pinky that we have, right? So F75290. And then we can add in the same color. Maybe that's like too strong, but let's see. And the card title, we can basically make this not regular, but we want to make this bold, maybe even extra bold. We want to make this a bit higher. So we do this in 20, card content and description. So this is basically, here we have, like more text. So this is all the description. I think there's also an option where you can, we maybe make this a bit longer so it's clear that, so we take this out. Card description, so we just say, there's a bit more space for that, and probably we need a bit more space. So we can just do it that way. But this is not hard coded. This is hard coded. That doesn't make sense. But like whatever coded. But this is just as an explanation. And then we can add here. We add some text, and we say whatever X votes. And this one then also gets the pinky piece. So what is it again? F75290. And this, we need to make this bigger. So probably we don't even need the votes there. That's a bit too extra bold. No, not italic. We don't want to have this, it's there. Extra bold. and we make this way bigger. So I make this 26 or something. And then basically what it does is that it only has here number of votes. So this is all that it just shows. So this is the number of votes, and that's obviously only in that piece. And then we have a card. I think maybe we can make it a component or something. See, create component. So now this one, you can just, no, that's definitely not what we wanted to do. I have no clue how we go back here. File, edit, undo, control set. Okay, that's okay. That's not what we wanted to do. So I actually only wanted to not sure if that's what I wanted to have. Yeah, but there should then be all these cards. We have to figure out how this works. But you know, like there, then all the cards. And then you can say, okay, that's ugly. The easiest way is actually if you can do this directly in there. But I'm not 100% sure now how we do this design-wise. I know that there are like some really nice designs how you can do this and how you can like kind of move them around. But we don't want them to move around. They should basically be sticked and stuck there in this right direction. But what we want to do is that we probably need to have something different where we say, you know, like we put this a bit down. Oh, now it disappears. Okay, why? Well, so we want to have, okay, now we probably have this, we can say, you know, like, I want to have something where it says like your cards, and we just do this now quickly, where we say, we need to have like, we need to, your project, your created cards. So this is your created cards. Great. And then we can say another thingy here. So let's just quickly move this up somewhere. That's wrong there, but well. And then we can say, I don't really know what I did now. See, now it works. We just had not everything in there. Your created card and create a new card. I know that we need to update this because there's way smoother ways to do that. Probably we just have to have a bit of a sneak peek at how other companies are doing this. But create a new card, and then, you know, we can say, yeah, probably we don't even need this here, right? We just say your created cards. And then you see all these cards there. And then here on the bottom, it just says, create a new card. And then for the existing cards or for their own cards, they can just they can basically just, so you know, we can do that way. And we can just say that they can double click here, or they can double click here and they can update the card. And when they update the card here, then it automatically will be updated in that list. So I think this would be actually more feasible and more interesting. And then at one point, I mean, we can also add filters, right? We can add a filter bar and we can say, So we could add a filter bar. And I mean, I like to more have the filter bar on the left-hand side and instead of the top, but now that we created it that way, we can have, you know, like a, it's really ugly, but no, we don't want to have that. Go away, that way. We can say, you know, like do this again, then move this whole thingy up here. We have to do this differently. It looks like a really old school app, but we can have here, just want to, you know, share with you what I want to build. So we can have, for example, here, and we do this with 12 again, and then we do this with a different color because that's ugly. So we can do the 2444C5 again. Now that's dark blue. We can't use this. We already used this so far. We use white. We use this. And then we have a little search bar here. So we just write the search bar so you know that's the search bar, but search. And then we need this little icon, right, that says, okay, now you can here search, and then you can put something in. And then we can say, okay, now you can search for keyword. So you can search for keyword and so whatsoever. And you can search for your own cards. You can, you know. Yeah, so, I mean, this adds some complexity, especially because now we allow to upload and update cards. And what we can also do and what we have to do actually is, and this gets more interesting, and this is something that we haven't have here in here yet, but what we can see is that we can say, you know, like making it a bit smaller, and we can say, I want to have here, for example, yeah, we really have to do this differently. That's not looking good. We just need to upload this a bit. No, yeah, you can stay here, whatever. We can say, you know, I think this is then also something we have to add. So we can say, and this then, however, gets really complicated because then we need even more functionality and like user admin and clarification. So we can say, okay, this is a backlog projects. And then we can say, okay, no, I wanted to copy paste that. And then we can say this is like to be worked on, or like in currently worked on. And then we can say that one. Maybe I copy pasted this one again. Yes, I did. And then we can say the third one is basically finished projects. And then we could even make it more complicated and could say, okay, we basically only want to have, so we have the finished project currently worked on backlog projects, and when we, and you can basically choose which ones to show, but you can also not use this in these, you know, like bubbles here, the radio buttons, but you want to do buttons that are basically less, so these buttons, so you can choose like one or two or all of them. And then you can say, okay, finished product currently worked on backlog projects. And then maybe we don't even need these here, you created cards, but what we do instead is, so you have all these cards here. And we can just say, okay, the finished project currently worked on, and then we say, and then maybe we do this differently and we just say, you know, we do this that way. And then we don't need these like your cards because we can just say, all cards, or we can say, and then magic. No magic at all because this is just design. My cards. And then my cards are basically the cards of me, myself, as a user. So this is then all cards and my cards. And then we have the search button here where we can basically search by keywords. And then we don't need your created cards. But what we basically then only need is that you have all these cards here. And that then we can say, okay, now you have the cards, but what do we put here, right? So, that's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, we can just create a new card here, right? So we make it even easier, and we just say create a new card. And then we can say, we just say, and then we can say type your card title in here, and we make this a bit gray, which I don't know what is gray. So like this. So, and then we say type your card content here. Please make sure to include the following information. And then we can say, what do we want to have? We want to have, you know what we could do as well? We could add categories. Type your card content here. To be decided, we don't know yet. And then we could add one more of these thingies. And we could say, and then we need this little here, one of these polygons. We do a polygon, we basically turn this around. So this is a drop-down menu. Not sure if that is feasible, but we do a drop-down menu here. We do this little thingy not in pinky because that would be really confusing. Or we can just use this, we just use maybe normal blue here. And then we can say, like, we say here, choose a category, choose a card category, like this. And then there would be like different categories. And then we can add here no, we don't want to do it that way. And then we can say, we can just leave it here, I don't know. We can make this a tiny bit bigger. Maybe not. Or we can make this a bit more bold, semi-bold, create a new card. And then create a new card. So basically what we can add as well is that we say, we can do it that way. Maybe make this as high as this one is. This looks really ugly. We have to do this differently. But I forgot how to make a good drop-down menu that actually looks good. So that definitely needs to be adapted somehow. But we can then put here, we need to put this differently. I mean, that's really ugly. Category. And then now with that in mind, we make this a tiny bit smaller. Like this. And then we put the category somewhere else. We might put this here, but this is ugly as well. So I really don't know where to put this. So let's put it there. Maybe we find something else where we can, like, and this one, I mean, it's ugly as well. So we can put the search bar then maybe up here as well, where it doesn't work. Okay, it doesn't want to work up, maybe We have it kind of tied to here. Okay, interesting. Let's quickly do the Z. Not a good idea. I think the problem is more that these are things. Why are these all things already above it, but are still not visible? Okay, but I think you know what I mean. So now that we made this so nice, it just disappeared. No, we don't want to paste to replace. I don't really know. Why all these things are above there and still can ungroup. I still don't know why. For whatever reason, these things just disappeared. Send to back. No. Don't ask me what happened, but that's what happened now. I just brought it to it back. And now we add here a little search bar. Okay, so this is not good, looking good, but yeah, now we have category, and then we can create a new card. And then basically this my cards, we don't need this. So now the idea is that you basically see all the cards here. And then you can here filter by the different cards. So you can say, I only want to have finished products, currently worked on, or backlog projects. I might bring all this to the left-hand side later on, because I think it's nicer to have this actually on the left compared to on the top, because I darkly want to see the cards. But otherwise, I mean, I think it doesn't really matter and doesn't make that much of a deal, at least for what I wanted to achieve at the moment, and just learn how it works. And then create a new card. So basically, this is not a button. This is just an piece of information, while everything else is basically clickable. And then create a new card, type your card title in here. So basically a user which is then logged in can type your card title here, type your card content here, and choose a card category. So this will take a bit more time to program, I guess, because this is a lot more functionality and a lot more filtering and all of this stuff. And I have no clue how it works, but maybe it's not as complicated as I think right now. But we will find out. But for now, I mean, we have now what I just did is, like very basic. What I want to do is, so this is how it should look like when it's done. So we have very basic. We have here something, a header, and in the header we have a button that says my dashboard. Then we have something here on the left-hand side, which you cannot click as 3 different lines, but it's just like one icon. There is this icon with these 3 different lines. You can click on it. If you click on it, then either it opens up and you have these project ideas and whatever we add here is later on. Otherwise, if you click on it, and it then moves to the left-hand side, and you can basically, clap it, not clap it, that's a German or English expression, but you can just put this on the left-hand side, and then you won't see everything here anymore, because when you're interacting here with the different features and the different functionality, then you directly want to do it in here. Then we also have the dashboard. So if we go further along here that way, So we have a dashboard, which is my dashboard. It's very empty at the moment because there's nothing else there yet. But we can add more and more features and functionality then later on. But then you have here my project ideas and upvoting, and you can have additional ones. And then here you see the top 3 project ideas, which probably we have to change a bit differently. And yeah, basically show them a bit differently. So probably now that we have created this piece of information with the card titles, it might make sense that we also add these card titles here, and then that you can just see the card titles in a bit more smaller, maybe font size. And then whenever you're ready to, go and interact with it, we can just have one button that says, okay, now you can go and interact with this little feature. So that's the idea. Very basic, nothing complicated, not at all. That was a joke. But some things that we have to work on. So that's what we did. So now let's go back and quickly see our app again, what we have built so far. So look, this looks beautiful compared to that one, right? You see, we have a lot to do, and we missed the whole user authentication, which I think might be probably very complicated. And not that easy, but I kind of want to do that and see how it works. So basically that I understand how it works and that we can then work on making this and bringing this to life. So with that in mind, so as said, we have the enter card title here. So card title content. We see when we go back to our full stack app here, we want to have card title and content. We want to have a category, but we do that later. And we also have the all cards and the my cards. So the finished project currently worked on a backlog project. That's something we do later, because this is something where we need another user, like an admin user, which basically will be me. In that case, in the first step, that is then able to give the cards a different additional piece of information, which probably is just maybe a database point that, you don't necessarily see, or maybe you will see this and we just put like red dots. Maybe we just put a red dot, a yellow dot, and a green dot to it so that you can see, or maybe we just color the whole thing. So maybe we just say, okay, the cards that we're currently working on, they are colored in green. The other one that are just, like currently worked on or finished projects are in green, currently worked on in yellow, and then the not yet worked on cards are in red. So we could probably do that as well. That's something we have to figure out. And then for the categories, what I would like to do is that we have a category that, for example, says, okay, we want to do for the category, what I would love to have is that we do a category that says, for example, okay, this is a clearly AI project. So this is a project that needs AI algorithms. So therefore it gets like even more complex, because I'm not sure if ChatGPT in any sense is able to even do those algorithms. And I mean, I can't program them, right? So it wouldn't be me programming them. It would be me asking ChatGPT to program them for me. So that's something what we will be doing. And then another category could be, okay, it's really clearly only no code, or maybe it is, maybe it's a specific product, for example. So, or it's just a feature for whatever reason, or maybe we just do categories based on different use cases. So we say, okay, this is a use case for founders, this is a use case for client manager, this is a use case for individual people in their relationships. So whatever it might be, we can then add more categories and probably also filter out over time what kind of categories you put in or what kind of ideas you put in, and then we can add categories based on that. Because in the beginning, probably we won't be able to do any category, because we first need to figure out, what you're actually looking for. So having said that, at least now, hopefully we have some kind of visual understanding of what we're building here. And we are moving away and adding some more functionality to this one, because what we're seeing here as well is that I can't click this away. So if I put submit card, because I said I don't want to have submit card if there's no content in there, it doesn't do anything. So I can't click it away. And I think there's a lot of insights into how we basically can create and design those really beautiful front ends that are way more interactive and way more easier for the user to interact with. I don't know how we do this yet. I have no clue, but hopefully we will figure this out, and hopefully we make this a really beautiful app. But as I said in the beginning, we are very far away from that yet. But at least we have the basic functionality. We have a project voting. You can add a card. You have to add content though. You can submit a card if you add the card title and the content. If you don't add anything, nothing happens. But if we now put in here AI learning, no, we did AI learning. A poet, no, not a poetry book, a children book created with AI. Maybe we do this right grammar, because otherwise I always look at it and I think, oh no, this is so ugly. I need to change it, and I can't change it yet because we didn't include anything to update grammar in those database content pieces. A children book created with AI, and we can say a children book created with AI. I have all these great ideas of children books in my head, but I am not good in drawing and I want to draw them. So I want AI to create the images for me, like this. Submit card. Now we have our children book. You see, now we see this here. Great. Perfect. So now let's go back. Now we have this, and we didn't really do this much with the figure, right? But maybe we need it later on as well, but it's still good to have it. So the full stack app. Now we need to add the user authentication. So now steps to follow. We added this. Okay, perfect. The app is now doing what I wanted to do. The next step is to, okay, perfect. The app is now doing what I wanted to do. The next step is to add user authentication. I want users to be able to vote only one time per user. So I need user authentication. Here I have a question. I want to create a dashboard. I want to create user app desktop application. I want to create a user desktop application, and it shall include a dashboard as well as then a page for the app we are building here right now. When the user is logged in, she shall be able to enter the project Upvote feature, project card adding and Upvote feature, and one user can create as many cards as she wishes to create, but can only upvote once per card ID. How can I best set this up and build this in a way that is state-of-the-art programming and app development, given that I already have the code for the app that we created so far. Okay, now let's see what it says, and then probably we will make a quick break and we'll continue doing and working for the app probably tomorrow or the day after. I have not that much time this week, so I'm not sure how well I'm able to bring this to life, but I kind of want to be ready end of this week because, I kind of want to finish. I mean, finish in the way, finish is not finished, right? It will take way more time, but want to be able to, get to a way better stand of being able to bring this to life. Okay, this looks complicated. Okay. That's interesting. Integrating user authentication into your application, ensuring each user can only vote once per card, involves several steps and considerations. Given that you're building a desktop application with a dashboard, you'll likely want to use technology suitable for that environment. Here's a high-level overview of how you can approach this. Choosing the right technology for desktop application. Since you're building a desktop application, consider using a framework like Electron, which allows you to build cross-platform desktop applications with JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Electron can integrate well with your existing Node.js backend. User authentication. For user authentication, you have a few options. Local authentication. Implement a simple authentication system where users can register and log in with a username and password. You would store user credentials in your database securely with hashed passwords. Or implement authentication using providers like Google, Facebook, or GitHub. This is more user-friendly as it allows users to log in with existing accounts. Database schema modification. You will need to modify your database schema to handle users and their votes. Users table. Create a new users table to store user information. Votes table. Create a votes table that records each vote. It should reference both the user and the card to ensure user can only vote once per card. Backend API changes. User roots. Add roots for user registration, login, and possibly token refresh if using tokens for authentication. Voting logic. Modify the voting endpoint to check if a user has already voted for a particular card. Front-end changes. Authentication flow. Implement pages or components for user registration and login. User session management. Manage user sessions using local storage, session storage, or cookies. Voting registrations. Update the UI to reflect the voting status. E.g., disable the upvote button if the user has already voted. Interesting. Security considerations. Password storage. Store passwords securely using hashing. Bcrypt is a common choice. Authentication tokens. Use JSON web tokens or similar for session management. Cross-site request forgery protection. If your application is web-based, ensure CSRF protection. Interesting. Data validation and sanitation. Always validate and sanitate data received from the client. Example workflow. User registration login. User registers or log into the application. Dashboard access. Upon successful authentication, users access the dashboard. Card interaction. Users can create cards and vote on them. Voting check. The system checks if a user has already voted before allowing a vote. That sounds so easy, right? It seems like way more complicated in the backend. Implementation. Given your status as a beginner in programming, implementing all of these features might be challenging here. Thanks, I found this out as well. It's often helpful to break down the process into smaller manageable parts and tackle them one at a time. You might also consider using tutorials or templates for user authentication as a starting point. This would be a good idea, right? Learning and development. As you progress, you'll likely need to learn about front-end frameworks if you're using one. Do we already use one? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Maybe we should use one. Express, I think, is not what we're using, is it? Not sure if this is back or front-end. Backend modifications for handling authentication and voting logic, database management and schema design, security best practices in web development. Building a full-fledged application with user authentication and a voting system is a great learning opportunity and can significantly advance your programming skills. Remember to test each part of your application thoroughly as you develop it. See, I think we're doing exactly the right way of learning how to code and how to build a full-stack application. At some point, we have to add some AI application, some AI functionality in there as well, right? But first, one step at a time. So now we're doing this feature with now kind of the application that we want to build. I mean, I know how I could build this full stack application, not as complicated with no code and with WordPress and Breakdance as a plugin, a theme plugin, and Croco Blocks, which is a plugin where you can do filtering. but this would basically take apart all the fun part of using AI and having AI basically help us build a full stack web development, right? And a full stack web app. And for that reason, we built the full stack web app in a sense, an idea to learn how it works. So having said that, what we have been building now in block 3, and I'm quite happy with that we got at least to some point where we have a connection between the front end and the back end. And even though I don't necessarily understand the code fully, we still, not fully and not only partially, but to some small extent, we still were able to manage bringing this together in now 2.5 hours that I spent before, or not even 2.5, like roughly 2.5 hours, maybe a tiny bit more, a tiny bit less than we did before this session. And now with part 3 session together, we are probably at 5 or 6 hours straight, which is not little. But on the other hand, given that I never did anything similar to it at all beforehand, I think that's actually doable and also okay-ish. Because I'm learning so much while doing this, right? And probably there's a way faster way. So people that are doing this on a regular basis and doing programming, they can probably bring this together like way faster. But on the other hand, it's all this learning experience of saying, okay, which route do we take? Do we really learn this? How can we learn these little buckets of programming one by one with AI without being a programmer? And for that reason, that's the idea, to show you, okay, you can be empowered by AI. AI might not be perfect in every single way, but you can be empowered by AI. And it allows you to do things with tech and allows you to bring your ideas to life in a way that it normally doesn't. And if you wouldn't have AI, how would you do this? Would you also just stack it together? Maybe you would. Maybe that would be possible. I'm not sure if you would have a better guide. You can just take a guide, someone that is already doing it and showing you how it's done. But you need someone that is willing to take these 5 hours or 6 hours of just sitting next to you and explaining how it's working. And then also explaining step by step all these different little steps, and they probably did this all this time, and they might say, oh, God, really? I have to explain that again? So this is a way where you can learn this, where you can bring a project to life and basically have and use AI as a tool to help you bring your ideas to life. And as said, I will do many more projects for you in the next month, while I will probably also do some workshops where we can build together and also help you to be empowered by AI. But this is a way where I want to show you how you can basically do this and how you can bring your ideas, your apps, your ideas to life, even though you're not a programmer and even though you might not have all the ideas. But ChatGPT or like some other AI tools might help you to bring them to life, but also empower you and see what's possible when you're actually using those tools. With that, we will finish now part 3, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again in part 4, where we then will be going into user authentication, where we will be going more into design, probably where we do, depends on how long we will do it. It depends on how far we are getting, because the user authentication looks quite complicated. So we will do the user authentication, and then we will see how far we get. And maybe we do some additional design work. Maybe we do even being able to stack the whole app together and maybe find a front-end framework that works a bit faster, so we can basically create and code the whole website, and then we take it from there. So have a great evening, day, wherever you are, and see you at part 4. Bye.